Chapter 201 Wow. Oh. Rick screamed in excitement as birds flew in unison at Wuxia's command. Sick. So that's the power of druids, huh? Meilin was on the verge of tears. Not because she was scared of being kidnapped, but because she was annoyed and saddened that she was caught alongside such an imbecile. Ignoring Meilin's pathetic view of him, Rick enthusiastically chatted with Hoopa clan grunts. Rick's demeanor definitely wasn't that of someone being held hostage, tied to a chair, with their safety threatened. Whoa, this is the first time I realized that each druid controls different animals. No matter where Rick was, his friendliness would shine through. Oh, by the way, that Belia person y'all are after? She controls rats and bugs, right? If so, it should be a piece of cake for her to find us in a city, shouldn't it? Meilin turned to him with an exasperated look on her face. Why would you say that? It's impossible she locate us with her power. Firmly stated Wuxia. We place 200 totems throughout the city. It's secret art of druids which disable power to control animals. Unless she personally goes around and destroys all hidden totem by end of day, she won't be able to find our location. Well, you've been so thorough, bro. Of course, we do not care if she find us. We'll just fight her. Wuxia's fist tightened. But issue may arise if we attack a future Kizan professor. We'll kill cleanly after she give up the position. Aha, so that's how it is. Nodded Rick, eagerly buttering them up. Meilin had no option but to sigh heavily. Chief. A man with the Hoopa clan's mark rushed in and whispered something to Wuxia. Wuxia's expression stiffened, and he turned to stare at Rick, daggers in his eyes. Using silly tricks. Rick was still smiling brightly. We change hiding places right now. One of the Hoopa clan men hoisted Rick off his chair, holding him upside down. Ugh. Despite grunting in pain, Rick laughed. Ah. The blood is rushing to my face, bro. Why we move? Another man approached Meilin. She ducked down slightly and glared at the man. Hey, I'm warning you, if you touch as much as a hair on my head. But he didn't seem to be in the mood to argue. He ignored Meilin's warning and grabbed her by the shoulders. Ouch, that hurt. Just as he was about to lift Meilin along with her chair. With that deafening roar, the ceiling burst open. Debris crashed down, leaving a cloud of smoke and dust in the explosion's wake. What's going on? As members of the Hoopa clan were muttering to each other in confusion, someone came down from above. Silver, bladed tentacles swung in all directions from the dust cloud, sending Hoopa clan lackeys flying. The man grabbing Meilin was also blown away. Her eyes widened, and she shouted. Simon! After landing on the ground, Simon glared at the men still standing, fury in his eyes. However, those eyes soon softened when he looked at Meilin. That's a relief. Are you hurt? ****. 30 minutes ago. At the tavern on Harlem Street. Oh, that's annoying. Belia was scratching her head in irritation. It seemed like something wasn't working out. What's wrong, Professor? Quickie asked Simon. I can't control my children properly. The Hoopa clan musta installed some totems. She rose from her seat. The smell of dangerous chemicals stabbed Simon's nostrils. I'm going to go look for them myself. Leave your friends to me, and you go to a guardhouse or something so you don't get caught, too. With those words, she disappeared through the open ceiling of the tavern. Left alone, Simon sighed. Let's try looking for them again. Just when Simon was about to head out of the tavern. Kai-eeg. A tearing scream could be heard in the distance. It was the sound of Rick's new product, the music box. It was a sign that Camabaras had found something. Simon immediately rushed out of the tavern and toward the sound. The lantern. The lantern. Where is it? It didn't take long for Simon to find it. It was still before the 1,000 lights, so he could see the lone lantern rising through the night sky. Simon ran frantically toward it. Cammy! Where are why? Simon. She raised a finger to her lips, beckoning Simon closer with her other hand. After quickly approaching, Simon whispered. You found them? Yeah, I think so. She pointed to the ground with the finger that she raised to her lips. A red droplet of blood had dried on the ground. Blood drops? Yes. It reeks of Rick. As expected from a vampire, Camabaras was sensitive to the smell of blood. It wasn't hard for her to identify people by the scent of their blood alone. I suppose Rick intentionally cut the back of his finger while he was being kidnapped and squeezed out as many drops of blood as he could. When I followed the stench of his blood, I found some suspicious men. That sure sounds like a Rick thing to do. Simon grinned. No one could match Rick in using dirty tricks. Please, take me to where you found the suspicious men. Okay. The two walked slowly down the darkened street. Over there. Pressing her back against the wall to not be seen, Camabaras pointed forward with two fingers. Two men in robes were loitering in front of a rundown building. They were tall, broad-shouldered, and muscly. They weren't just standing guard as newbies being hazed. They were skillful warriors. If Simon and Camabaras couldn't take them down immediately, a guard could escape and alert their comrades inside. Let's curse them first. That would be great. But if we're firing from such a long distance, what if we miss? Simon checked the time on his wristwatch and smirked. I've got a great idea. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Two robed men stood guard at the hideout's entrance. Their mission was simple: respond to any incidents and warn those inside if anything went wrong. Aside from the occasional drunken brawl in the street, there was nothing particularly difficult. Here we go again, said the man on the right in the Hoopa clan's language. The thousand lights began, countless lanterns ascending into the night sky. The man on the left responded in the same language. Brother, why do these city dwellers have such a bizarre ritual? I don't know, either. Maybe because it's hard to see the stars here? Both of them burst into hearty laughter. Anyway, this place is too goddamn suffocating. I can't wait to capture and kill that witch so we can return to the grasslands. As the two men were talking amongst themselves, a lantern that was supposed to be going up into the sky started coming down, fluttering as if it had run out of power. Huh. The man scoffed as the lanterns landed near them. Some people can't even fly these things properly. It's got a hole in it. Must have snagged somewhere and ripped open. The men continued chatting, turning their noses up at the city slickers' dimwits. Just then, the magic circle hidden in the lantern flashed. Sickness. Blood pressure. The curses Simon and Camabaras had prepared stretched out like smoke and seeped through their flesh. Exclamation point. The men simultaneously staggered back, completely disorientated, and Simon took advantage of that slight gap to punch one of them right in the stomach. Kuhuk. As the man doubled over, Simon leaped onto his back and struck him in the back of the head with his elbow, knocking him out cold. Brother! His ally was down in an instant. Just as the man on the left was about to respond to Simon, someone clung to him like a python, tightly gripping around his nose and mouth. Something was shoved into his nostrils from the attacker's hand. He began to cough and splutter, his consciousness fading as deep red blood gushed out in a vicious nosebleed. Intruder! Desperately trying to stay awake, the man moved his hand behind his back, throwing aside at the thing. Stuck on. A small girl with mauve hair let out a weak moan as she fell to the side of the road. You little. Just as the man was about to trample her, his vision spun. Simon's fist had slammed into him. He flew several meters before crashing into the ground. The man moved to get up, but Simon reached him first, leaping forward and kicking him in the jaw. He was out cold, his eyes rolling back into his head. Cammy. You all right? Simon rushed to her side. She nodded valiantly, taking Simon's hand and standing back up. Her knees shook for a few seconds until she steadied herself. Yeah. Thank you, Simon. Having made sure she was okay, Simon yanked off the nearest man's robes and the shirt underneath. "Wha?" Kamabura's gasped, covering her eyes. From the waist all the way up to the shoulders were strange patterns painted with natural dyes. "It's the Hoopa clan. I'm sure of it. So this is where Rick and Maylin are being held." "Yep. It's only a matter of time before they realize the guards have been taken down. Let's hide the bodies and get ready to barge in." "Yeah." Nodding, Kamabura's grabbed onto the man Simon had punched into the open and pulled with all her might. He wouldn't even budge. In the end, she used jet black activation to increase her strength, then dragged the man into a corner. Simon had already set the other man's body aside and was calculating their entry route. "This is..." His eyes lit up as he scanned the ceiling of the building. A magic circle was visible on the roof. Reading the formula, he saw coldness and unity. Since it was elemental dark magic ice dark magic, to be precise had to be Malin's. SEA the novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sneaking out jet black into a spell on the roof while captured so she could remotely draw a magic circle was a skill worthy of someone in the ivory tower. "Then I'll go in around here." Simon gestured to Kamabura's, who nodded and began preparing her own dark spell. He then pulled 2 zombies out of his subspace and pinned them to the roof. Finally, he stepped back and prepared corpse explosion. Just then, he heard voices coming from the building. There was a trail of blood in the hallway? Yeah. It seemed like they had also noticed Rick's blood trail. They were heading outside. At this rate, they'd find him and Kamabura's preparing their spells. "We'll have to go in now." Simon signaled for Kamabura's to enter, then clenched his right fist. Corpse explosion. The 2 zombies caused a massive explosion. The ceiling of the steel-reinforced building crashed down, and the rubble created a cloud of dust inside. Simon threw himself inside. The smoke and dust from the explosion made it hard to see around himself, but Simon could hear Hoopa clan members shouting in panic. Landing safely, he stomped down hard with his left foot. "Open!" Silver, bladed tentacles swung in all directions from the dust cloud, sending Hoopa clan lackeys flying. It worked. What about Rick and Maylin? Simon looked around. Someone had lifted Rick from his chair, and he also saw a man trying to grab the tied-down Maylin. Fury filled his eyes as he sent the Overlord toward Maylin, blasting the man away while opening his main subspace and pulling out a skeleton. "Go." Its bones stuck to Rick's chair like a magnet, then flew and locked it onto the wall. "Simon." His eyes softened. "That's a relief. Are you hurt?" Chapter 202 An explosion? What's going on? Undead. Using the dust cloud from the corpse explosion to his advantage, Simon opened his subspace and let loose skeletons and zombies to take on the men of the Hoopa clan. The undead were unhampered by the lack of vision, so they successfully plunged the battle into complete chaos. Meanwhile, Simon moved toward Maylin. "I'll get you out of there." An overlord blade sliced smoothly through the ropes binding Maylin's arms and legs. Now free, she rubbed her red wrists, the ropes having left marks on her skin. Then, she stared at Simon with an odd expression. Question mark. When Simon looked at her questioningly, her face flushed red, and she squealed. Why did Pyong come, not why? Simon blinked, hearing Maylin cut herself off. What are you saying? This is no time for idle chatter. Embarrassed, she turned red all the way to her neck. No, I said the oppos. No, never mind. Thank you for saving me. Simon didn't fully understand her gibberish, but he caught the thank you at the end and smiled. What a grand entrance. A painful groan echoed through the dust. The voice sounded familiar. Rick? Turn around. I'll cut your ropes. I'm fine. The rope binding Rick's arms snapped free and fell into his hands. It just so happened that he had enchanted his ropes. He easily untied the ropes on his legs as well, then pushed himself up. In the meantime, the dust had finally begun to settle. Malin pointed at Rick, her arm trembling. What? You could untie yourself? Huh? Of course. They're here. As Simon said that, a Hoopa warrior let out a battle cry as he charged in with a sword. A dirty smile formed on Rick's face as he pulled taut the rope he now held. I won't go easy on you now, bro. Rick threw the rope. The rope tied itself like a noose, and in an instant it wrapped around the man's neck and tightened. Hey. The warrior dropped his sword, clutching the rope as he struggled to breath. Then, Rick pulled the rope hard, bringing his opponent closer, and he drove his knee into the warrior's chin. The man's eyes glazed over and he fell limp. Rick! There's another one on your right, warned Simon, who kicked off the wall and flew in like a martial artist, his foot slamming into the side of another Hoopa warrior's head from his spinning kick. Wow, even with an extra life, I don't think I'd be able to do it like you. But... Kaawa! An enraged Hoopa swordsman raised his sword. Rick drew his own sword from his subspace, feigning an attack before flicking the lasso at the warrior's leg. Rick then slided underneath the man's legs, dodging the sword swinging down as he pulled hard on the rope. The warrior stumbled forward, lost his footing, and got dragged across the dirt. Underdogs have their underdog ways of doing things, murmured Rick as he snapped his fingers, activating a remote enchantment to detonate an iron nugget stuck to the ceiling, tearing that bit of ceiling off and dropping it onto the man's head. Another much smaller dust cloud formed, before settling to show Rick retrieving his rope. No need for panic, shouted Wuxia. He's special admission 1, Simon Polantia. You can kill other 2 or let them escape. We just need him. It wasn't Rick or Malin that the Hoopa clan originally wanted to capture, but Simon. Kizan was so big that kidnapping 2 first years would likely not even lead Belaya batting an eye. But it would be a different story if they captured an S.A.1 student. Not only was he symbolic, but he was brought in by Nephthys herself, so Kizan had high hopes for him. If they could capture such a boy, Kizan and Nephthys would be forced to come to the negotiating table seriously. Get him! The Hoopa warrior swarmed towards Simon. As Simon stomped his left foot on the ground again to get his overlord out, his eyes glazed over from boredom and tiredness, Malin stepped forward. Leave them to me. Her magic circle on the ceiling was complete. She closed her eyes, reached her arms forward, and then crossed them. The circle started to glow. Then, she gracefully lowered her arms. It was like watching her play as Almacarina in the theater. Get out of my sight, you damned bastards. She swung her arms toward her enemies. Cruel blizzard. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The mana-based spell, Blizzard, reimagined in the form of elemental dark magic. A dark blizzard tore its way out of the circle, sweeping away the charging warriors. Oof. The powerful warriors were useless against the wrath of nature, becoming buried in the snow and beginning to drift away. Suddenly, everyone was panicking from the heavy snowfall indoors. Men! Remember your training. Wuxia grabbed a nearby pot and, with a mighty flourish, hurled it at the ceiling. The flying pot broke through not just the ceiling but also the magic circle. As the magic circle was cancelled, Malin staggered, her jet black violently rushing back to her. Simon rushed over and supported her by the shoulders. Blizzard stopped. Charge, now. The Hoopa clan took the chance and rushed in, plowing through the dark snow. Malin reached forward again, her arm trembling in pain. Simon grabbed her wrist and pulled her hand back down, giving a reassuring nod. Simon looked confident. ? Several Hoopa men had stopped rushing as well, sensing something was off. The wind is red? Thought Wuxia, noticing the anomaly faster than anyone else. Oh no. Get back, N. It was too late. The red wind carried the thick scent of blood as it swirled, and the mass of charging Hoopa clan men began to rise into the air, their feet running on nothing. What? Qua. A red tornado formed in the center of the room, sweeping up rubble, cooking supplies, and even any people unlucky enough to be in. Red blood spun inside the tornado, looking like rose petals. However, they behaved more like thorns, ripping through the skin of those caught inside the tornado. The resulting screams were deafening. What is this?" stuttered Mei-Lin. The two of them would have been caught in the tornado if they were just a few more steps forward. Just who in the world? Who else could it be? Simon smiled and pointed behind him. Through the collapsed wall came Camabares, gasping for breath. She'd been preparing this AoE hemomancy spell the moment Simon stormed in. Bloodstained, she raised both her hands as if about to clap. "Please just let me knock you out. I won't kill you." With that, she slammed her palms together. The blood-red tornado released all the energy within it at once, sending the warriors caught in it flying. Many crashed through the wooden walls, leaving perfect holes shaped around their flailing bodies. Others were sent out the hole in the ceiling, their screams filling the night sky. The lucky ones were those sent straight down, being knocked out too quickly to comprehend what had happened. Nearly 20 people were neutralized at once. Wuxia's expression stiffened. The tide had turned in an instant. 4 kids walked forward, their red ties flapping in the chaotic winds. They could hardly be seen as teenagers. Caught off guard by the overwhelming force, the Hoopa warriors stumbled backward. They had lost their fighting spirit. We shouldn't have laid our hands on Kizan after all. Professors aren't the problem. Even the kids are this strong. Now. Simon stopped walking, looked at Wuxia, and said, "Are you ready to pay the price?" The cornered man grinned. "I see the reputation Kizan hold wasn't just talk." He grabbed the lion's skin on his head and tossed it behind him on the floor. "Do you know Hong Feng, professor at Kizan?" This was the second time Simon had been asked that today. Mei-Lin, next to him, had fire in her eyes when she shouted. "How dare you, a commoner, speak her name? Hong Feng and I are from same grasslands. We clashed often. Before she went to Kizan. Our record? 6-6. A copious amount of jet black began to flow from his body. "You think you can defeat me, when I faced while fighting for life?" He slowly crouched down, placing his hands in his lap. When Simon clenched his fists and also got ready to fight, Mei-Lin and Camabares suddenly stepped in front of him. Simon looked at them in surprise. "Simon! Stay back. He's after you." Search *theovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Mei-Lin opened her right hand, and Camabares curled hers into a gun. Before either of them could act, Wuxia lunged at him, leaving a deep imprint in the dirt foot. But Camabares managed to fire a blood bullet before he arrived. Wuxia swung his arm and cleanly deflected the bullet aimed at his face. A magic circle then unfolded from Mei-Lin's right palm. Wall of ice. A wide ice barrier formed in front of them, but Wuxia just swung his fist. The barrier was torn open, with more than half of it being completely toppled. Simon grabbed Mei-Lin and yanked her back. "Kook!" The giant arm burst through the ice and snatched the air right where she was. Instead of pulling his arm back, Wuxia ran sideways, letting his arm rip through any ice in its way. "Your friends is right." Having made it all the way around the wall, he charged like a bull at Simon's flank, now behind Mei-Lin and Cammy's protection. "If I capture you, I win." Simon calmly stared down the charging fist. The moment before Wuxia was about to connect, there was a blur, and his fist hit empty air. He dodged this easily? Looking up to where Simon went, he was quickly confronted with a foot headed right at his face. Instinctively, he went to raise his arms to block, but found that his right arm wouldn't budge. A rope had immobilized him. Rick had sneaked up behind Wuxia and hooked the enchanted rope to his arm, the other end attached to the wall. Distracted for a moment by Rick grinning and making a peace sign, he looked back only a split second before Simon's foot connected. Wuxia's nose was completely shattered, blood gushing out from it. The force also made him stumble to the side. Kuhuk. It was Malin's turn to act again, and the spell she had been preparing with her left hand was ready. Her specialty was multicasting, casting separate spells with her left arm and her right, so she had been preparing the spell even before she cast the wall of ice. Ice flew out from the new magic circle, wrapping around Wuxia and slamming him down into an ice chair before he managed to escape. Camabarez, with bloodshot eyes, used that time to charge in. A tiny fist touched Wuxia's stomach. What in the world is this? Wuxia stared at it, and then his eyes widened. The blood on her fist drew a hemomancy circle on his stomach. A similar one appeared in her hand. Then, she threw her fist at his stomach again, this time aiming for the magic circle. Blood shock. The moment the magic circle on her hand connected with the magic circle on his stomach, a huge explosion of blood erupted, sending Wuxia flying. It even shattered the ice chair he had been forced into. He was sent flying, and when he collided with the wall on the other side of the room, it collapsed on top of him. Nice. The four of them all burst into enthusiastic cheer. Simon and Maylin high-fived each other, and Camabarez let out a sigh of relief as relaxed her arms, letting them gracefully fall to her side. They won. Chapter 203. There was a cloud of dust where Wuxia had flown and hit the wall, collapsing it. Maylin exclaimed. That's amazing, Cami. You must have trained so hard for that. Camabarez smiled broadly and nodded. Yeah. I can't keep falling behind the three of you. Cami. That's when Rick, who had been staring straight ahead, spoke up. No one here thinks you're falling behind. His voice was uncharacteristically serious, and everyone turned in surprise to look at him. You're the kind of person who gets a little too wrapped up with yourself. Have a little more confidence. Yeah. Exactly that, Rick. Simon gave Rick a friendly slap on the back for a job well done. Maylin on the other hand snorted at the irony, saying, But why don't you, Rick, have even a smidgen of urgency? You're so half-hearted all the time. Ahem, how would a race dog understand whether a cheetah is just walking leisurely? Hey! Did you just call me a dog? The entire group suddenly went silent. The pile of rubble covering Wuxia had shifted. Then, an arm shot out, followed quickly by a head, a chest, and then the rest of Wuxia's body. He looked remarkably unharmed, cracking his neck and rolling back his shoulders. The four of them slightly stiffened at the realization that he had barely been hurt. Even the shattered nose didn't look that bad. Rick tried to keep his cool, saying, Humph, okay. I'll admit that he's around half of Professor Hong Feng's level. If you don't shut up and focus, I'll fold you in half. Wuxia closed his eyes and reached forward with both arms, his wrists pressed together. Thick, inky jet black flowed out like a spider web and spread out. All four of them were nervous seeing the man seemingly casting for the first time this fight. However, the webs didn't shoot out. Instead, they covered his body. Here it is. The symbol of people who major in combat dark magic, black robe. Unlike the usual transformation, creating a full bodysuit of metallic armor, Wuxia's black robe looked more like the fur of a beast. A lion's mane formed around his head. He pawed at the ground with both hands, then sprinted forward on all fours, a small crater forming beneath his hands and feet each time they touched the ground. Simon, who was the first to react, shoved his right foot into the ground. The bones scattered from earlier battling rose into the air, their sharp ends aimed directly at the charging mass. Bone nail. The bones flew at tremendous speeds, sparkling with Simon's dark blue jet black. However, Wuxia was not so easily hit. He ran up a wall, outrunning the bones, and in one swift motion he pounced off of the wall, aiming where the four had congregated. The sheer power of the jumping beast forced the four to focus only on dodging. Upon landing, Wuxia immediately sprinted toward his obvious target, Simon. It was as if a giant brown bear was charging toward him. But again, some strange force had forced him to stop. Before he realized it, some transparent shade had appeared in front of him. Rick, Maylin, and Camabarez were each holding different ends of a net, their jet black operation at its max. You little bastards. We already know that you're after Simon, you see. Rick was chuckling, tossing an activated mana lighter. Sniffing the air, Wuxia realized that the floor was covered in oil. If we don't use that to our advantage, we can't call ourselves necromancers, don't you think? But Wuxia was no slouch either. He switched from jet black operation to jet black eruption, and after pawing the ground with one foot in preparation, he began charging at a far greater speed, dragging the three along behind him. Hooah! Rick barely managed to throw himself off in the right direction to grab the mana lighter before it landed, and the girls fell on the floor. As Wuxia pierced through the defense, he reached for Simon. Open! 6 overlord blades rained down, but Wuxia deflected them with the black robe he wore and drove his fist into Simon, who was guarding with his arms. Simon was pushed back several meters, crashing into the wall. Kook! I'm sure I blocked it, but what is this power? It seemed that Wuxia was telling the truth when he claimed to have fought on even ground with Hong Feng. Hey, commoner, move faster! Gnashed Mei Lin, forming a series of ice spears in the air. I'm going. Rick walked past, touching the spears one by one, and the already dark spears turned black as coal. At Mei Lin's command, the ice spears crackled forward. But Wuxia didn't dodge. He just marched forward, his gaze set on the fallen Simon. The black spears bounced off the black robe as soon as they hit. Exhaust. This time, Kamaburas hastily prepared a curse and shot it out. Wuxia absent-mindedly moved his arm behind his back, holding pure jet black in his hand and swinging it. The curse was destroyed on impact. Breaking a spell using jet black vibrating at the precise formula's resonant frequency, it was definitely the skill of a pro. He was too powerful. Simon moved his stiff right arm behind his back, then secretly conjured divinity to heal it. After quickly finishing his first aid, he brought his right arm forward again. In the moment he resumed jet black operation, which had been interrupted by the use of divinity, Wuxia had started charging toward him. Focus. Simon's eyes shone with determination. The only skill of mine that can reliably damage a black robe is corpse explosion. He pulled a zombie out of his subspace. His opponent had no intention of killing him. If Simon managed to withstand even one attack, whether it was a punch, a kick, or a tackle, he could surround Wuxia with zombies and use corpse explosion. The other three would finish him off once he stripped Wuxia of that black robe. The zombies retreated to the left and right, leaving Simon standing tall in the center. Wuxia kept charging toward him like an unstoppable tank. Just withstand this one hit. Please. Simon strained his eyes to follow the impossibly fast fist coming straight at him. A moment before Simon raised his guard, the oncoming fist stopped right in front of his face. You're overdoing yourself, special admission number 1. Both Simon and Wuxia were taken aback by the sight of this woman and her tongue-in-cheek grin. She had long, spiky, grayish-brown hair like a hedgehog's, her clothing was ragged and covered in stains, and the piercing stench of dangerous chemicals radiated from her. Professor Belaya. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hearing what Simon shouted, the other three who had come to cover for Simon yet again also stopped. Be Belaya? That's her? Wuxia's arm was shaking. He had only been grabbed by the wrist, but his right arm was utterly paralyzed. He immediately swung his free arm at Belaya. Belaya did the exact same with her other arm, snatching up Wuxia's other wrist. Her arms now intertwined with Wuxia's, Belaya spat on the man's face. The moment the green spit landed, a terrible sizzle was heard, and the smoke was so intense that even a steam engine would struggle to produce so much. Cakewawawawag. Wuxia blindly stumbled back, clutching his face. Screams that would put a howling wolf to shame tore from his bloodied lips. How is it? Belaya stuck out her tongue and swiped her finger across it. When she lifted her finger up a bit, a thick, sticky liquid formed an arched line between the finger and the green tongue. Did you like my saliva? Drops dripped from the viscous arch, melting the floor and creating even more smoke. After screaming his lungs out, Wuxia gasped for breath, covering the half of his face that was brutally savaged by spit. He still winced with every breath. "You filthy bitch. Oh, that hurts me a little." Before anyone realized it, the Hoopa warriors who survived Group 7's onslaught had been overrun by swarms of rats and crows. Simon gasped for breath and smiled weakly. "You've come, Professor. Take your friends and stay far back." Simon joined his 3 friends. Watching the fight, Malin gave a disgusted laugh. "Spitting? Seriously? A Kizan professor pulled such a nasty attack?" Meanwhile, Kamaburas was blushing slightly, and she covered her red face with her hands. That's embarrassing." The embarrassing thing Cammy was referring to was how provocative Belia's outfit was. As if she didn't feel the need to cover herself with clothing, she wore rags roughly and tightly pulled around her body. While it wasn't bad enough to reveal anything inappropriate, she was flashing a decent bit of skin and showing her curves. Spitting a perverted outfit? That was the general review from Malin. As the 4 were busy talking about Belia, Wuxia's cracked lips trembled open. "Yeah, I guess it better this way." Then, his jet black began to surge with a terrifying force. "Everything messed up, but here we are. Kidnapping students, traps, whatever, it don't matter. I just take you down." "Yeah, you're right. But only if you can pull it off." As Belia provoked him, Wuxia's black robe began a secondary transformation. "I won't go easy and try to capture alive anymore." His demeanor was completely different from when dealing with the students. The black robe covering him like animal fur turned jagged and pressed deeper around his entire body. At the same time, he clenched both fists and threw them up. Novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Combat Dark Magic Bayonet. As the fists came back down, Belia bent forward. A line was drawn across the wall behind her, perfectly level with where her head just was. Then, the part above the line began to slide down as if cut by a perfectly sharp sword. She looked back at the crumbling wall and laughed. "Isn't that Hongfang's skill? The art of fighting don't belong to anyone." Wuxia stomped on the ground, and like a heavy splash in water, jet black rose up in all directions. Then, he began to run across even the smallest droplets, changing direction so often it was impossible to follow him. This was an upgraded version of jet black stepping. Simon and his group made stepped even further back before they got caught up in the battle between 2 unstoppable forces. Turning to look at Belia, Simon saw her eyes darting all over the place, as if following an erratic insect. "You're doing something really useless." An afterimage of Wuxia formed in front of Belia, becoming a distraction for him appearing from behind, fist already swinging. The art of absolute annihilation leaves no room for error. However, a heavy mass of smoke suddenly appeared from thin air and pushed him away. It was like being flung into an inflating balloon. He was bounced back without being able to even lift a finger against it. What was that? There was no sign of her forming a magic circle or anything. Just before Wuxia managed to retreat further backward, an object that looked like a massively bloated germ flew in front of him and exploded. Kuhuk. A bluish pus had covered his entire body from the explosion. His nose, mouth, and skin were all covered by the black robe, but it was useless. Soon, the black robe turned back on him, seeking out every drop of pus in his own skin and expunging it, causing him terrible pain. A yellowish ooze seeped from the newly formed gaps in the black robe. Damn it. The dark magic of poisonous alchemy. Once you're hit, dragging out the fight only puts you at even more of a disadvantage. Knowing that, Wuxia charged in again and swung his fist, but Belia dodged it with ease, leaning back underneath the enraged Wuxia as if she were dancing. Purple phlegm flowed out from between Wuxia's groaning lips. His eyes struggled to stay open, and his vision was heavily spinning. Every time he threw a fist or charged forward, it felt as though all sorts of diseases that Belia intentionally carried pierced him instead. Unable to stand it any longer, Wuxia gave up on offense and fell back. You coward! You bring great shame to the grasslands. Coward? Belia brought a hand to her head, then doubled over in laughter, her shoulders heaving. Her witchy cackle sent chills down everyone's spine. Also, with each heave of her shoulders, colorful flecks of bright something tumbled from her body like sand and rolled across the floor. Simon's eyes widened. Sweat. Ah, that's fucking funny. She flicked back her bangs, and beads of that shimmering sweat fell away, blown away by the breeze. Wuxia dared not approach, and Simon and the others took another step back. Her body was trying to reject everything inside of it. They could tell instinctually that the beads of sweat were filled with incredibly dangerous substances. You're not sure, are you? Chided Belia, looking at the hesitant Wuxia. About how to deal with me. Exclamation point. Standardization is a sin. It's not fun. You just bump fists and wait for the other guy to make a mistake or a miscalculation. So the person with the most information about what their opponent can doth one who's most prepared wins. Where's the fun in that? Belia looked to the students. This is my first lesson to you. A necromancer must be different. You can only ever hit your opponent with attacks that they can't even imagine. It'll make you a freak, but what's wrong with that? Better to be a winning freak than a losing corpse, right? Kook. Wuxia pounced, bringing his black robe even tighter around his skin. On the other hand, look at him. Belia, who dodged the wildly rushing fists by casually stepping to the side, smirked. Punching, kicking, grabbing skills that any human born with good limbs can do and are therefore predictable. You should at least add different variations like Hong Fong, but this bastard is too honest. Ducking beneath a punch, she placed her finger on Wuxia's side. Bastards like this talk about cowards and such too. With a simple motion like striking a match, Wuxia's black robe was ripped open where her finger passed by, and a purple liquid burrowed into Wuxia's flesh. Justify their lack of uniqueness. Wuxia threw another fist out despite the pain, but the ground beneath his left foot suddenly melted and curved down, bringing his fist completely off target. Then, he lunged forward and tried to grab her, but Belia's body turned into a noxious mist and vanished, appearing behind Wuxia. Kook. Seeing Belia pulling back her right arm, Wuxia immediately crossed his arms in a defensive stance, but instead of being hit in the face, the sweat on the ground exploded upward. Finally, Wuxia dropped to one knee, blue liquid dripping from every orifice. She flashed a seductive smile to the students and placed her hands on her hips. This is how real necromancers fight. Chapter 204. Although they were moderately confident Belia wasn't going to eat Wuxia, the four students had never seen such a clear-cut case of someone playing with their food. They were all mesmerized as they watched the one-sided slaughter. Starting now. Rick suddenly spoke up. I'm going to major in poisonous alchemy. Don't decide it just like that, you us. A large red welt appeared on Rick's cheek from where Maylin slapped him. In an attempt to justify himself, he responded. What's the problem? Don't you find Professor Belia charming? Maylin's reaction went beyond annoyance all the way to disgust. Are you such a fool to decide your major based on the professor's looks? Big talk for someone who's blushing like a fool saying, Payan, Payan, Payan. At those words, Maylin blushed and stammered. Hey. What's that got to do with this? That's just how I feel about a man from the bottom of my heart. Deciding on a major because of that is a completely different matter. From the sounds of it, you would have gone for combat dark magic if Payan was the professor. Simon let out a heavy inward sigh as he watched the two of them bicker again. Professor Belia's fight is indeed unpredictable, said Camabarez, unable to take her eyes off the battle. Simon nodded in agreement. She's fighting without using even a single magic circle. Yeah, it's like her body is constantly secreting poison. She's barely even human. Sweat, saliva, dead skin cells, and even the hair falling from her head all become weapons. Wuxia hadn't been able to land a single decent attack, and the poison in his body was building up. Why? Cried Wuxia in anger through his coagulating purple saliva. Why did you slaughter the women and children of the tribe? Didn't I explain that to you already all that time ago? Belia tilted her head. It was hot, so I just went into a nearby pond after the fight. But it turned out that the pond was your tribe's main source of drinking water. They drank the water like idiots, which is how the plague spread. You expect me to believe that? Screamed Wuxia, swinging his fist. But Belia blocked it with ease once more. It's fucking stupid, right? I feel the same. Humans can't accept why things happen. They always think there's some greater purpose, some big reason behind everything. I've been shunned from my tribe my whole life for that, but what else am I supposed to do? Surrender my life to a bunch of weak bastards like you? Belia kicked Wuxia in the stomach, sending him stumbling back. You're just a monster who can't accept reality, letting hatred consume him. Don't be ridiculous. Wuxia persistently dashed in. As Belia raised her hand, the colorful drops of sweat that had been collecting on the floor rose into the air. Each droplet then flew directly toward Wuxia. Each one exploded into a different cloud of poisonous mist, ripping Wuxia's black robe to shreds and creating spots and rashes all over his body. Wuxia, still barely standing, reached both his weary arms forward as he fought off the building fatigue. How boring. You're shit at fighting. Belia then yawned and scratched the inside of her ear. Seeing that, Wuxia's eyes burned with rage. I have. What remained of his black robes gathered in the middle of his body, transforming into an enormous spiked sword that was over 3 meters in length. Won against Hongfeng 6 times with this technique. Just as he was about to swing the spiked sword with a roar, Belia snapped her fingers. Sparks flew from between the 2 fingers, causing a chain of explosions. Wuxia, caught right in the middle, saw his skin turn white and drip like candle wax. Wah wah wah. The 4 students also turned away or closed their eyes so they wouldn't have to witness the grotesque scene. Enough with the bullshit. I win. Belia dashed in, grabbing the top of Wuxia's screaming head. Kook. Wuxia quickly grabbed onto Belia's arm, but it didn't even budge. Even in terms of strength, he was losing. His legs trembled under the weight of her arm, and they soon gave out from underneath him. He screamed in humiliation, veins popping out of his arms as he desperately tried to remove Belia's hand. But it still didn't budge. Also, the more jet black he raised, the more his exhausted core was strained, and the jet black soon flew backward into his internal organs. Have I grown weak, or was this woman always so strong? It's not like I'm close to my sister or that my family promotes such love, but... Before he knew it, his face had been shoved into the ground. Only his arms still resisted, precariously gripping Belia's arm. Why are you talking about the squabbles you had as a kid? If it's the Hongfeng of today we're talking about, she could take you down with only one hand. Kook. At that moment, Wuxia's tattered black robe began twitching again. Belia sneered. There's no use in strengthening your muscles with black robe. Wuxia's black robe, currently in the form of a sword, stretched toward Belia in the form of a sharp and thin needle. Caught off guard, she was forced to let go and step back to dodge. That one was good. I guess you're actually listening to my class, huh, student? Huff. Huff. Wuxia began to run away at full speed, sending all of his jet black into his feet. I was wrong. She's completely different from when she was in the grasslands. She was an opponent he couldn't defeat no matter what. For now, he had to back off and figure out another way to get revenge. Watching Wuxia run away, Belia clicked her tongue. How annoying. As she got ready to sprint after him, Belia said to her students. I'll go capture that idiot. You guys evacuate to a safe spa. A deafening roar came from nowhere. Then, the mangled body of Wuxia flew in through the open wall. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wuxia was sent flying past Belia all the way into the wall on the other side. The gust of wind alone was enough to force the students to take a few steps back. Question mark. When Belia looked behind herself, she saw Wuxia's bloodied body shaking from where it lay before he lost strength and went limp. Then, she saw a man walking toward her from where Wuxia had fled. Simon called out in joy. Kajan. 3 robed thieves guild agents walked up, led by Kajan. Whoa, why is Kajan here? Senior Kajan? Rick and Malin seemed surprised as well. Kajan looked at them and waved his hand. You were late, Kajan. Simon walked up to Kajan and smiled. No, I'm not too late. What? My job isn't to arrest a dumbass like him. Kajan walked over and bowed respectfully to Belaya. I'm here to escort you, Professor Belaya. She snorted. Escort who? Get lost. I'll go to Roke Island myself. Relay that to Kizan. There's been a lot of complaints coming to Kizan about you running wild, including this whole hoopah thing. His eyes flashed fiercely. Why are you declining an escort approved by Kizan itself? It's up to me. She smiled as brightly as she could. And look at the way you talk to me, you said it yourself, right? Professor Belaya? Do I look like someone a mere servant like you can defy? The Thieves Guild is merely partnering with Kizan, and also you're not yet a professor at Kizan. I have no problem taking you in by force. Oh. Belaya's mouth opened, revealing her jagged, shark-like teeth. Try me. You think I can't? The two collided in a flurry of jet black. Unable to stand them fighting, Malin rushed over. Why are you two being so emotional about this? This isn't anything to fight. Oh. Without warning, they both went to punch the other's face. Their arms crossed in the air, both using the opening of the other's attack to unleash their own. They went at it earnestly, throwing kicks and using combat dark magic. What is going on? Asked Cammy, trembling. Rick also said in disbelief. Are they crazy? Why the hell are they fighting? Stop them, Simon. Simon shook his head. There was no way he could face either of them unless he wore Peer or called out Prince. Also, I don't think they're actually fighting. What? Just watch. Simon was slowly analyzing the fight. After twisting out of the way of Kajan's fist, Belaya laughed. SEA the Nelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What? You're more interesting than that chief bastard. Of course, Kajan was strong, but it was surprising seeing him fight at the level of a professor. That was partially because Belaya was going easy on him, but also Kajan had an immunity to poison. No matter how much poison she threw at him, he still fought unscathed. Ha ha ha. Are you really human? Despite the unfortunate matchup where the person meant to be a professor of poisonous alchemy wasn't able to poison someone, Belaya was laughing. Dodging another attack, she took a few steps back before pulling out a colorful lump of powder from the belt at her waist and popping it into her mouth. She hadn't cast a single spell or used a single potion. Her body just broke down the compounds, combined them with existing ones, and began to make something new. Soon, the sweat on her forehead and the nature of the fluid she secreted changed. I should be the one asking you that. Are you truly human? Kajan lunged wildly, and the two clashed again. After a few exchanges, both stepped back simultaneously, and Kajan looked at his skin. Gray spots were beginning to appear on his body. Found it. Belaya smiled, running her tongue across her lips. Even if her poison didn't work on her opponent, she constantly changed her formulas during the battle and devised a combination of poisons that worked even on Kajan. Is this enough to pass Kizan's test? So you were aware? It's their way of doing things. It wouldn't make sense for a professor of poisonous alchemy at Kizan to give up on poisons upon meeting someone impervious to them. This meant that Belaya satisfied Kizan's final test. But the whole idea of you people judging me is just too arrogant for my liking. She cracked her knuckles. I know you're just the messenger or whatever, but I don't care. I'm going to beat the crap out of you. Have it your way. Kajan raised his fists as if to say he wouldn't just take it. As the two were preparing their jet black and getting ready to fight. Enough. Enough. Someone was entering the ruined building. A small girl bounced into the room, her silver hair flowing like moonlight. She held a half-eaten ice cream cone in her hands, and her mouth was a creamy mess. "That's enough." "And Nephthys!" exclaimed Simon. Kajan, the other members of the Thieves' Guild, and all of Group 7 bowed down in respect for Kizan's master. Behind Nephthys was a black-haired, red-eyed girl with a calm demeanor. Lorraine spotted Simon and waved lightly, and Simon smiled and waved back. However, Belia stared at Nephthys in bewilderment. Nephthys opened her eyes wide after arriving in front of her, as if utterly unafraid of the poison. Then, she smiled broadly and threw up her arms. "Hello." Belia stood in place, somewhat dazed. Simon suddenly felt uneasy. "I don't think Professor Belia recognizes Nephthys." Seemingly thinking the same thing, Lorraine spoke up. "Professor Belia, please show your resp." Belia leaped backward, landing on all fours. She then began to hiss like a wary cat. "What the fuck is this monstrous kid? Get her away from me." Chapter 205 What the fuck is this monstrous kid? Get her away from me. ? Nephthys was innocently nibbling at her ice cream. Seeing Nephthys not backing down, goosebumps formed across the wary Belia's arms and legs, and she began spewing venom from her entire body. Every millimeter of wood and stone within several meters of her turned green and toxic. Simon quickly evacuated with his group. Lorraine also got startled and said, "Professor, please calm down." She was about to cause a huge incident. "Don't tell me." Belia barely came back to her senses. As far as she was concerned, only one monster could possibly be this powerful. "Are you the Witch of Death?" "Yeah," replied Nephthys, smirking. Finally calming down, she pushed herself back off all fours. The poison pooled on the floor was sucked up into her feet. Can a kid like you even be called human at this point? You look more like an outrageous monster." Lorraine's eyebrows twitched. "Professor Belia, aren't you being a little bit too, are you?" "It's fine. She's not entirely wrong anyway." After finishing her last bites of ice cream, Nephthys looked at her. "Anyway, I can't have you making more trouble. I recruited you despite all the criticism from the elders. I'm going to be pissed if you don't cooperate." Nephthys puffed out her cheeks and feigned anger. How cute. It looked that way to everyone else, but Belia was drenched in a cold sweat, seemingly looking at a terrifying monster instead. "I heard you were causing a lot of trouble, so I came here myself. Now, will you please go to Rogue Island?" She gave Nephthys a wary look, then sighed heavily. "I guess I won't have much of a choice. Kajan, please guide her." Essia the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Kajan nodded and led her away. She followed without much resistance. Then, she met her eyes with Simon and smirked. "See you at school, Simon Polantia." "Ah, yes, Professor." The Belia left along with the Thieves' Guild, and Nephthys turned to face the students. "Ah, the first years. Hello, hello." She jumped in place and waved, and when Lorraine behind her signaled for them to stop bowing, the four who'd been as stiff as a board raised their heads. "Hee. Perhaps it's because you guys are still so early in your studies, but you're all so young and cute." Everyone looked at Nephthys with confused eyes for a moment before instantly turning their gazes elsewhere. "Anyone hurt?" "Not at all," chimed everyone. Simon felt that Nephthys was being friendly now, so he was a bit relaxed, but the three behind him were still incredibly nervous. "Well then, go back to your dorms and get some rest. You gotta get ready for school tomorrow. The integrated second semester is gonna be a lot of work." "Yes, ma'am." All four of them bowed once more and turned to leave. Then, Nephthys added, "Oh, Simon, spare me a minute?" Simon froze in place. "And me?" *******. The late-night streets of Langerstein. Simon had no choice but to be tense. He was walking with Nephthys on his right and Lorraine on his left. Nephthys stopped at a stall along the way and bought another 3 ice creams. She had originally ordered only 2, but the stall owner gave her an extra because she was cute, not realizing who she was. Nom, nom. Of course, she wasn't the kind to give up her ice cream to children hundreds of years younger than her. As Simon watched Nephthys blissfully eat, he turned to look at his other companion. Lorraine, who had been walking with a blank face, put on a faint smile on her lips. Did you have a good vacation? Ah, yeah. You? I was just lounging around the house. As the two of them exchanged small talk, they arrived at Camel Road before they knew it. Simon looked at Nephthys. So why did we come to Camel Road? Nephthys had finished her ice creams and cast a recognition-hindering spell on her face. She needed the slight disguise, as many people on Camel Road would recognize her. With the spell finished, she smiled broadly. I wanted to give you a gift. What? You know, since you contributed significantly to taking down the Saint of Purification this time. Simon scratched his head awkwardly. I don't think what I did was that important, though. The damage would have been much worse if you and Kajan hadn't handled things well, and it's not as if I can reward you publicly or anything. Not with the secrets you carry. But I can't let it go unrewarded either. Simon waved his hand dismissively, too bewildered to do anything else. And no. You don't have to go that far. Take what you can get, Simon, said Lorraine with a smile. Kajan and Serene already got the rewards they wanted. You're the only one left. Yup. Well then, let's see if my order arrived. Nephthys waved for the two to follow before starting forward. They arrived at the same store where Simon had purchased his first subspace. Asterisk. The three were ushered into the basement showroom where the expensive subspaces were displayed. Welcome, Lady Lorraine. An old woman appeared, dressed in a sumptuous mink coat and with gold jewelry dangling from her neck and fingers. Lorraine waved happily. Have you been well, Stephanie? I'm fine as always. And the man next to you is? Stephanie's eyes lit up. You must be the Kizan student who bought the 4000 UB capacity subspace made by Galen Eclipse? Simon looked genuinely surprised. You remembered? Of course. I remember every VVIP since I opened. Then, last of all. Stephanie looked at Nephthys, who had a recognition-hindering spell cast on her face. It may not be your face, but it's probably you, Nephthys. Ah. How did you know? Because you're with Lady Lorraine and you have ice cream all over your mouth. Nephthys touched her cheek once and the spell was broken. She grinned and waved. Hi, Stephanie. Hello. Stephanie laughed. It seems like only yesterday that we were little kids playing in the fields together. This old grandma is all wrinkly, yet you're still the same, Nephthys. Yeah. It was fun back then. There was a moment of reminiscence between the two old ladies. Oh, right, business. If you're here, I take it you wish to see product? That's right. We're here to see the item. Just a moment, please. As Stephanie glanced behind her, 4 employees brought in a large box. When they set it down, a small necklace on a red cushion could be seen sitting in the middle of the enormous box. Such exaggerated packaging. Nephthys reached over and tried to touch the necklace. Her hand immediately bounced back. Then, enormous magic circles stretched out into the air and began to spin at various speeds. Whoa! Simon and Lorraine both let out surprised gasps and took a few steps back. These are all security devices. Here, sign it, Simon. A sign? Where? On top of each magic circle. Duh. You just have to write on them using your jet black. Doesn't matter what you write. Following Nephthys' instructions, Simon signed all 20 of the magic circles in the air. There was so much to sign on that Simon had to catch his breath afterward. When he was done, the security device was cleared, and he was allowed to pick up the necklace. He slowly lifted it up, examining it in his hands. A white artifact in the shape of an octahedron was attached to the cord. Put it around your neck. Simon did as he was told and carefully put the necklace on. Next, enchant the artifact with your jet black. All right. Simon took the artifact in his hands and poured jet black into it. The artifact changed to a dark blue hue, then it seemed to dissolve into thin air. Huh? Simon panicked and tried to grab the vanishing artifact, but it was no use. He stared at it in disbelief as it completely disappeared from his hand. Did I do something wrong? Nephthys and Stephanie burst out laughing, seeing Simon on the verge of tears. Lorraine shook her head at the childish adults. It didn't disappear, Simon. It's just that the anti-theft magic was activated. Anti-theft magic? What's that? Your necklace could come off in the middle of a fierce fight, you know. So it carved itself into your body in the form of a sigil. If you look above your chest, you'll see. Not even waiting for her to finish, Simon began frantically unbuttoning his shirt. Lorraine looked away. Once unbuttoned, he looked at his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She was right. There was a dark blue mark on his skin. You're all set. Now, let's try it out, said Stephanie, rubbing her palms together. It's simple to use. I need you to ignite the sigil with jet black. Simon nodded, channeling his internal jet black to activate the sigil. The sigil glowed. The subspace covers a large area of empty space. Think of the sigil in your mind and grasp the void behind you. Like this? Simon stretched his out arm behind himself and grabbed the air. You've got the right grip. Now, please picture that there's an imaginary sliding door. Not an imaginary lever, a door. Then, imagine that you're opening that door sideways with all your might. A huge portal, over 20 meters wide, opened diagonally in the direction Simon had pulled. It almost filled the entire underground storeroom. Whoa. The design was based on Lady Lorraine's abilities. A faint smile appeared on Lorraine's lips at Stephanie's explanation. This is a subspace exclusively for housing undead. If the subspace you're using now, Simon, houses 4000 UB, this one has over 100,000 UB. Simon's jaw dropped. You mean to say it has more than 25 times the capacity of the subspace I have right now? Simon looked inside the portal he had opened. It didn't look like the inside of a subspace, but a vast field. That's right. But it doesn't have any ejection capabilities or anything else. It's purely a subspace for huge undead armies. Stephanie smiled. Of course, such a large subspace isn't available on the market. It's priceless. Simon was so stunned that he forgot to say thank you. Stephanie's gaze moved to Nephthys. By the way, Nephthys? Stephanie lowered her voice. Isn't a supercapacity subspace like this only for top-notch summoners? Why are you giving it to first-year Kizan student as a gift? Beats me. Nephthys gave a meaningful smile. I suppose it might come in handy someday. Chapter 206. Nephthys bought a huge subspace for Simon as a gift. Simon bowed repeatedly in thanks, and Nephthys patted him for a job well done. Well, more accurately, she raised her hands towards Simon's head and started jumping like a toddler wanting uppies, so Simon had to squat down and let her pat his head for a moment. On the way out, as Nephthys and Stephanie were chatting, Simon stammered to Lorraine. By the way, do you think it's really okay for me to take something like this? She said it's priceless, right? Lorraine smiled mischievously at that. You wore it so quickly when Mom asked you to. And no. That's just. I'm kidding. She said with a rare chuckle. Anyway, are your mom and dad doing all right? Yeah, thank you for asking. I heard that they fought alongside my mom in the past. I'll have to pay them a visit with a gift sometime soon. Lorraine was sounding rather mature and calm for a girl her age. It felt like she had different responsibilities weighing on her shoulders. In fact, there were already rumors that Lorraine was involved in Kizen's management. School is starting tomorrow already. What have you been doing? Asked Lorraine. Doing holiday homework where I've been staying with my group mates. Our room is really great. It's right below the clock tower. Do you want to come over if you're not busy? She shook her head. Thanks for the offer, but I'll pass. If I show up unexpectedly, they'd get uncomfortable. Also, I have to get ready for school tomorrow as well. Are you done with your homework? She smirked. I should probably get started. Simon gulped on her behalf, remembering how her written grades weren't even close to her dark magic skills. Then again, those skills were beyond those of a mere student. Asterisk. Parting ways with Nephthys, Simon returned to the clock tower. Wait. This is wrong. Who writes curse formulas like this? Rick. You're wrong here, too. Everyone was last-minute cramming for assignments. Rick was sitting in the middle of the room, struggling to do his homework, and the two girls were berating him while almost answering the questions for him. Just leave me Alan. Essia the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the middle of Rick's scream, Simon just so happened to step inside like a savior. Immediately, Rick looked up at Simon, his eyes pleading. Simon! Help! All right. He changed into his slippers and sat down across from Rick. Should I help with summoning, then? No, not that kind of help. The four of them tended to disagree on a lot of questions, but they got to a point where they managed to work efficiently until Rick got on track to actually finish his homework by the end of the night. Now Simon and Camabarez were sitting side by side, finishing up their own homework as well. I'm looking forward to the opening ceremony tomorrow, said Camabarez, putting down her quill. Sensing a change in topic, Rick quickly added his own 2 cents. I bet we'll see the new professors at the opening ceremony. By the way, did you guys know that in addition to the new poisonous alchemy professor, there's also a new hemomancy professor? Yup. Rick was speechless. He hadn't expected this kind of reaction. But there's no way you guys know who the new hemomancy professor would be, Professor Walter Hahn. Interrupted Simon in a matter-of-fact tone. We actually saw him this morning, Rick, said Camabarez, smiling broadly. Rick brought his hand to his forehead with a bitter smile. Damn, that information was my ace up the sleeve, though. Hey! I told you all not to muck around. Heavy footsteps approached, and Malin burst in wearing her pajamas. Her hair was tied back and her face fresh, seemingly recently washed. Rick, caught getting distracted, freaked out and pretended to be looking at his homework. Malin! Let's have a pajama party, said Camabarez, clapping her hands together. Malin nodded. After making the boys finish their homework. I guess we won't be able to do it tonight. Y'all need to stop beating me up. I was the one who booked this lodging. Why don't we get to enjoy it? Yes, we know you paid for the rooms. You've told us 100 times already. But if you didn't want to do this, you should have done your homework in advance. Simon smiled at the chattering trio and crossed his arms. By the way, about the integrated second semester, I heard that it's meant to prep us for any upcoming wars. I wonder how it's gonna go. I don't think it's going to be anything special, said Malin, sitting back down and leaning forward, resting her head in her hands. At the start of the holidays, it was like a war could break out at any time, but now the Holy Federation's calmed down, so it wouldn't be weird to go back to normal classes. But why did they calm down? About that, intervened Rick in excitement, confident his information network would be superior this time. Their attention was drawn to a cult called Heavenly Blood or something. I heard that the cult was trying to get us to fight with the Holy Federation. Yeah. It was a big issue in Dark Territory, as well. At this point of the story, Simon looked away and feigned innocence. Reedy, Ellen, Israfil. I wonder how they're doing. I hope Methan has gotten over his inevitable slump. Just then, Rick walked up and threw his arm around Simon's neck. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Don't keep your funny ideas to yourself. Let me in on the fun. Haha. Nah, it wasn't anything funny. The four of them chatted loudly until deep into the night and prepared for the start of school. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Early morning. Erherg. Yeowan. Simon gathered his things as he heard Rick stretching and Camabras yawning out of drowsiness. Malin nagged at them as usual, seemingly not even remotely groggy, and Simon was so awake that he took it upon himself to help everyone pack and even cleaned up by himself. Thanks for having us. With Rick's shout, the four left the clock tower lodging and walked through the empty streets. In front of a few shops they saw people watering their yards and preparing for the day. Before heading to the meeting point, the four stopped at a bookstore. They had originally planned to buy their second semester textbooks yesterday, but due to unforeseen incidents, they had to get them today. Rochus charged a premium for textbooks, so it was common for students to buy them here before traveling to Roke Island. Oh. It's Malin. Simon. They ran into some familiar faces from Class A: Jamie Victoria, the Master of Questions and Honorary Class President, and Cindy Vivace, Class A's Necromancy Ace. As Malin and Jamie chatted, Cindy nudged Simon in the elbow and giggled. Hey, how were you? I was fine. Replied Simon, clutching the wallet in his pocket. Seeing that, Cindy almost held in laughter. I'm not stealing anymore, man. It was great to see some other Class A students after 2 months. At the same time, it also became much more real that they were going back to Kizan. Camabras and Rick joined in, and they all chatted about the upcoming semester. Meanwhile, Malin and Jamie were chatting up a storm. The topics they were talking about were as turbulent as a storm, too. Jamie whistled. Oh my, you've gotten even prettier over the holidays. Those blue locks of yours are just gorgeous. Thanks for the sugar-coated words. Dismissively replied Malin, but she still enjoyed the compliment. The play demanded she put a lot of effort into how she grew her hair. Oh, but I'm kind of jealous. Jamie sighed. Our group is all girls, and yet here you are, a guy on each arm. W with them? It's nothing like that. Shouted Malin, blushing. Jamie caught her reaction and smiled mischievously. Hey, tell me, which one is it? Shut up. They're gonna hear why. Is it Rick? Are you crazy? Said Malin, her eyes so cold they could turn a Gorgon to stone. Jamie giggled as if she'd heard enough. Well, if you ever need help, you can always ask me. It's nothing like that, so cut the crap and mind your own business. I heard that you like Hector. This time, Jamie blushed. Hey. Not so loud. If you say that one more time I'll. What are you two talking about? Their conversation was interrupted by Cindy Vivace's entrance. She was rumored among the girls to have the loosest lips in Kizan. When they both shut their mouths at the same time, Cindy looked at Malin with a gaze full of misunderstandings. Wow, you like Hector, Malin? What a strange taste. Do you want to freeze to death or burn? And so they all purchased their textbooks and walked out of the bookstore. There are many ways to get to Roke Island, but most of the students in Langerstein took the Nether Whale. Simon's group was no exception. I've never been on the Nether Whale before, said Camabras, voice full of excitement. Rick, chewing on some dried jerky he'd bought as a snack, asked. Then how did you get to school in the first semester? I rode over from the Kingdom of Kaulos on a big eagle or something. I was sitting on a building, and the eagle lifted the entire building before dropping it off on Roke Island. Whoa, as expected from Kizan, the size of everything is unfathomable. The four arrived at the dock. A large ship was docked there just like the last time, and servants were herding the students aboard. Rick eagerly explained to Camabras. Now, once we get on the boat, a whale will come and swallow us. Wow. Hey, the four of you. Just then, a man wearing a crow-feather cloak looked at the four of them. Stop chatting and hurry up. The people behind you are waiting. Ah, yes sir. Sorry, sir. Rick bowed his head and ran to the boat. Guys, did you see that? It's a crow. Crows. The main force of Kizan headquarters and an organization of elite necromancers. Their ranks also included a few professors of skill such as Bahil. Malin became serious. It's not the professors this time, but the crows. Is something going on? Oh ho. Rick's conspiracy theory-loving eyes sparkled. Frightened, Kamaburas quickly shook her head. Why is that your first thought? Maybe they're just a little short-staffed. Come on, let's get in already, said Simon. The four sat down next to each other, and after not too much waiting, the rest of the students had boarded. Simon saw Hector and his faction sitting elsewhere. Luckily, they didn't notice him, so he and the rest of Group 7 went down the stairs to the cabin below. Soon, all the Kizan students in Langerstone were on board. The Crow agent was the last to board, the servants giving him a head count. Mr. Crow, we shall be arriving in 5 minutes. After receiving the servant's report, the Crow leaned back against a wall, his hands behind his head. The rest of the servants were moving around frantically, telling the students to fasten their seatbelts. It's been a while since I rode the nether whale, as well. Simon buckled his seatbelt with excitement. There it is. From the distant horizon was a giant splash of water, and the students let out cheers from both the excitement of returning to Kizan and the nervousness of returning to Kizan. Soon, the water right below them erupted, sea foam spraying all around them, and the nether whale swallowed the ship whole before diving down. Asterisk. You can unfasten your seatbelts now. The boat, with everyone on board, safely landed in the belly of the nether whale. The students unbuckled their seatbelts and stood up, chatter filling every inch of the boat. Despite being in the belly of a whale, it was quite warm and comfortable inside. Servants carried out students' requests, serving them both breakfast foods and desserts. There was a menu to choose from. Simon chose a cream coffee. It's a little scary, murmured Cammy, wide-eyed. She was gesturing to the bright red insides of the whale. Rick chuckled. Don't worry, we won't go down into its stomach. Also, getting off the whale is the real highlight, so look forward to it. The highlight? Yeah, we fall thousands of meters directly into the Kizan campus. The sunrise view is amazing. At the mention of such a large drop, Cammy's shoulders trembled out of fear. The moment Malin smacked Rick in the back for scaring Cammy. Suddenly, the ship began to rock. Violently. What happened? Was that an explosion? Rick looked at Malin in surprise. Just how hard did you hit me? Dumbass. Do you think I'm the one who did that? The rocking became increasingly violent, and the agonized cries of the nether whale shook the entire cabin. Simon gripped the ship's railing. Just what is going on? Then, with a loud bang, the boat suddenly flipped over, slamming him into something and knocking him unconscious. Asterisk. The sound of waves greeted Simon as he awoke. He slowly opened his eyes, his mouth tasting of dirt and his head throbbing. Seawater brushed past his body. That was when he realized his head was partially stuck in the sand. He couldn't tell what was going on. He pushed himself up with great difficulty, barely managing to break through the sandy barrier. Rick? Malin? Cammy? Where are you guys? Simon called out to his friends and looked around, but the three were nowhere to be seen. In fact, he couldn't see anyone. He was alone on the beach. Simon's eyes snapped back to the seawater. The rushing water was red. Exclamation point. Simon quickly stood up and turned around. His eyes went wide from shock. He saw the body of the giant nether whale that he was just riding, now floating in the sea with its belly up, presumably dead. The sea was a dark crimson, stained by the blood of the nether whale. What in the world happened? Chapter 207. Simon's mind raced as he tried to make sense of his current situation. First, there was the strange explosion, which distressed the nether whale and rocked the boat they were in. Then, he blacked out and woke up somewhere on the beach in a sea full of blood. He needed more information. He slipped off his waterlogged school jacket and shoes before starting walking. The soft sand felt good on his bare feet as he waded through the shallows and onto the white sand. As he walked further, the terrain started to fill with trees and grass. Being raised in a rugged mountain range, Simon's eyes were first drawn to the vegetation, looking from the trees to the grass to the blooming flowers. These were plants native to Roke Island. To be more precise, this specific ratio of species was found in the western part of Roke Island. He knew it well because of how much Hong Feng made them travel all over the island. Does that mean we somehow arrived at Roke Island? He looked back and saw a vast expanse of ocean as far as his eyes could see. He heard the crashing of waves. It seemed like he did make it to the island. Now, let's think again. They'd been attacked by someone while traveling to the island by nether whale. The nether whale crashed, and Simon was knocked unconscious. But somehow, he managed to get carried by the waves to the edge of Roke Island. That was the most natural series of events he could extrapolate at this point. Of course, there are too many strange elements for me to just accept it, though. Simon set his shoes on a nearby rock and wrung his school uniform as dry as he could before shaking it out. It was damp, but that couldn't be helped. It was then that he also realized that the famous protection enchantment that was supposed to be on his Kizan uniform was gone. He then also drained the water from his shoes, crumpled up some nearby leaves known for how much water they soaked up, laid the leaves on top of his shoes, and then put them back on. There was no time for him to idly wait for his clothes to dry. I need to look for my groupmates. It was just then, when Simon was about to walk away. He heard a sound that was a strange mix between a growl and metal scraping on metal. He stopped and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. It was just a thicket of bushes. Except something was coming out from it. A monster? Or a wild animal? Simon tensed up and prepared himself for battle. When he saw what appeared from the darkness, a gasp of surprise escaped his mouth. No way. It was a white monster with gaping, black holes where its eyes should be. He knew very well what this was. He felt like he'd been hit in the head with a hammer. How could he forget what had happened just 2 months ago? The monsters from the prima materia. It was as if the long-forgotten nightmare of the Sanctus incident had been forcibly dredged back to the surface. He wished he was dreaming the moment he saw it standing on all fours before him. The pure white monster pounced. His useless thoughts were quickly silenced in favor of his mind scanning for openings and weaknesses. I'll finish it with the Overlord right away. Simon stood in place and drew out 2 tentacle blades. One stood like a wall in front of him to block the monster's attack, and the other rose from the ground, waiting for the monster to be momentarily stunned from having its attack blocked. Everything went just as planned. The blade pierced the monster's stomach, heaving it into the air. Simon then pulled one of his skeleton's short swords out of his subspace and wielded it himself, jumping blade first and slicing through the monster's misshapen neck. The white head fell from its body, and it all disintegrated into ash, which dissolved further into nothingness. Landing back on the sand, Simon threw his short sword behind him. His subspace opened up and swallowed the sword whole. That makes it certain. With that encounter, Simon had acquired some crucial information. First, the monster he just fought was definitely made by the prima materia. Second, the prima materia is an artifact that creates an endless stream of unique monsters using the essence of its user's power. And these new monsters had exactly the same nature as Fleema's. It's divinity. And someone is using it to create these monsters again. The more information he got, the more confused he became. How the hell did another priest get to Roke Island? Simon's head quickly moved up as he heard something fall to the ground. As if to prove his hypothesis, he saw something quite revealing. The air shook, and a white mass fell as if birthed by the sky. Without origin, another pure white monster had been born. This time, it pushed itself up onto its 2 feet like a human. As soon as it formed, it bared its teeth at Simon, poised to attack. Ugh, seriously? Simon let out an empty smile and took up a fighting stance. If my assumption is right, you people are the worst. The monster charged in, kicking up dirt and sand. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Countless screens stretched out in the dim light. There were nearly 1,000 of them. And surprisingly, each one of them displayed a stranded Kizan first-year student, them being strewn all across the island. Yeah, we're the worst. The man swirled the wine glass in his hand. He was dressed in a black uniform with various medals pinned to his chest. He had an epaulette fixed to his shoulders and a cane in hand. You all enrolled here knowing what you were getting into, didn't you? His name was Evangelos Alphonia, an officer at Kizan headquarters and a necromancer who went by the alias of Needle. Mr. Evangelos. 2 members of the headquarters staff approached where he was seated and bowed. All 948 first-year Kizan students have begun their examination. Oh, all right. Evangelos waved his hand, and the staff went back to work. The observers, flying magical devices, followed the students around in the sky and transmitted the images to the mana screens. Of course, the observers were invisible to the students. They were specially enchanted. There are students like him, who are quick at adapting. Evangelos' gaze shifted from Simon's screen to a few on the side. But there are lots of panicky babies as well. Evangelos held in delight. There were children squirming, screaming, crying, and denying the reality of what they faced. For these first years, the end of the first semester must have been a horrific experience they wanted to block out completely. They were the only generation of Kizan students to have experienced such an unprecedented event. One where a saintess herself entered Kizan, trapped the first years, and attempted to massacre them all. No one was killed, but many students were injured, and even more still suffered from nightmares. But instead of nursing their wounds and traumas, Kizan did something else. They viciously dug their heels in and demanded that the students face their past head-on and overcome it. Now. How long are you going to sulk in your great uniforms? Get a grip. If you don't want to die, pull yourselves together and fight. Evangelos raised his voice, waving his cane. I mean, no lives were lost. Sure, something so small can still be considered traumatic to some. I guess it is indeed the time of peace, huh? You'll see far worse in the field. For the babies who can't even handle this. Evangelos' eyes flashed. You have no right to call yourselves Kizan. The staff, who'd been silently watching Evangelos, felt shivers go down their spines. Just then, Evangelos turned his head and said, I want you all to stay alert and monitor the students' mental states and behaviors. Any babies who fail to handle the situation and themselves will be removed immediately. Yes, sir. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pant. Pant. Simon swung his leg through the air. The monsters hit in the head by the jet-black reinforced roundhouse kick went limp and scattered into thin air. He had to have killed 10 of them by now. There will be no end to this. Realizing he needed a clear course of action, Simon ran through the 2 scenarios in his head. Either Efnal attacked Kizan and stole the prima materia to create endless monsters. Or Kizan was just staging this whole thing to test the students. Simon leaned a little more toward the latter. Not overthinking it, the timing and circumstances felt too contrived. What were the chances that the great Kizan would lose the prima materia again, and the fact that Efnal's unprovoked attack had come on the exact day of the opening ceremony? Simon also believed that the anti-war Saintess Israfil would have somehow prevented such a breach of peace. Unless the Pope's mind had suddenly changed? But don't they need a priest to create these white monsters? How did Kizan create them? That thought wormed doubt into his mind, but he shook his head and put it aside. He would never get a solid answer just mulling things over. What was certain was that, either way, he had to get to Kizan. SEA the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If it was a test, it would be over when he arrived, and if it was indeed an attack, he needed to get to the command center on campus and stop the priests from using the prima materia. Alright, let's go. Determined, Simon started walking. He was more worried about the other three than he was about the strategy, but he didn't know where they were or if they were even on the island. For now, he could only trust in their abilities as fellow Kizan students. But he hadn't walked far when he spotted prima materia monsters again. A group of 7 of them, a roughly even mix of small, medium, and large, rushed toward him. I don't have time to deal with them all. More will spawn and my stamina will be running thin. Simon unleashed a blast of jet black from his leg and plowed straight into the group of monsters. He dodged the small ones' attacks and climbed on top of the medium ones. The medium and large ones immediately aimed their fists at him, but he jumped once more, grabbing onto a large one's arm and swinging up onto its shoulder. Thankfully, they didn't seem that intelligent. As the monsters got tangled with each other, Simon leaped back off. Bone armor. His subspace opened up, and 2 skeletons clung to Simon. Forward. Using the absolute command, he used the skeleton's attraction to form a glider-like object. Simon quickly flew through the air, leaving the tangled monsters behind him. Whether this is a test or an actual emergency, I'm going to end this madness as soon as possible. He headed toward Kizan in the shortest distance possible, ignoring the small fry. Chapter 208 Huff. Huff. This way. Landing on the north side of Roke Island, Rick gathered the nearby scattered Kizan students the moment he regained consciousness and dealt with the situation. It was a simple matter for Rick to rally the students, who were in shock from the crash and the divinity monsters. He could use his silver tongue to become their mental support. Above. Rick looked up upon hearing that shout. A bird-like prima materia monster was looking directly at them. Dodge. It has ranged attacks. Everyone threw themselves to the side and ran for cover in the hills. The bird monster fired a beam of divine light from a hole in the center of its body. Rick and the students cowered as dirt was scattered in the air. The monster then moved on, shooting divine light in all directions. It really meant to kill us. Panicked a male student. A freckled female student next to him picked up the conversation. Something really is off. Even if it's Kizan doing this, firing divinity with the intent to destroy a student's core is just too much. I know. The stakes are too high for a mere test. This has to be a real emergency. Rick let out a long sigh as he watched their imaginations grow out of hand. Again. He reminisced about the good old days back in the island survival assessment. He had sweet-talked nobles who couldn't even make a fire by themselves and made them his loyal subjects. But this time, the situation was too extreme. The new subjects were getting rowdy. Why are we going into the forest? Let's just hide around here. Who knows? Somebody might pass by on a boat. Now. Listen up. This won't do. Unable to bear it anymore, Rick called for everyone's attention. It was tough for him to go from being with smart people like Simon to having to deal with these mediocre idiots. But there was nothing he could do about that. They were better at fighting than he was, so he had to look after them somehow. If you have a brain, just think about it. Didn't your professors tell you that the integrated second semester will be preparing us for real war? They did. But this is too much. Okay. Everyone, pull yourselves together. I know you're in shock and it's hard to process what's happening, but if you calm down and think about it, the examiner's intent is quite clear. Rick raised a finger. Having us face our trauma. Rick glanced up at something in the sky as he talked. The Saintess's attack abruptly ended the first semester. With so many students injured and so many more stressed out of their minds, we even got an early vacation, didn't we? So we never got to properly revisit that incident. At this point, Rick was getting worked up, adamant about persuading everyone that this was just a test. Do you think Kizan would just let that slide? The examiner intends for us to overcome our past fears and surpass our limits by recreating the horrific event. But you saw it as well," shouted a terrified student. "Those things actually shoot to kill. If they hit you, it won't end you as a Kizan student, but as a necromancer. How can such a thing be tolerated in Kiz?" "Let me ask you a question," interrupted Rick, needing to cut this irrational fear in the bud. "What was the most important assignment for these holidays, again?" Exclamation point. That's when everyone's jaws dropped as they exchanged knowing glances and began whispering amongst each other. "Finding a way to fight against priests." "All right. A way to face divinity. I thought we were supposed to present what we came up with in our first class when we came back." Rick nodded along before adding, "The presentation part was a lie. The biggest challenge in the holidays was finding a way to fight against priests. That's what they're testing with this scenario right now." The students' eyes widened with surprise, and then a calmness slowly emerged. Many useless questions had been filling their heads. If Kizan was indeed destroyed by Efnal's attack, what would happen to them, trapped on this island? Would the Dark Territory collapse and become a vassal of the Holy Federation? Where would they flee if war broke loose? But this wasn't an actual emergency. It was just a test, a scenario. They were able to settle those wild questions with just that knowledge. And Rick reached for a nearby rock and enchanted it. "I'll show you the biggest piece of evidence right now." Rick turned around and threw the rock hard into the sky. The black stone flying in a straight line suddenly bounced off the air with a "Huh?" All the students jumped to their feet. Out of nowhere, an observer appeared, its invisibility disabled by the impact. Huzzah! Without anyone realizing, Rick had thrown a net alongside the rock like a skilled fisherman. As the observer tried to flee, it was caught in the net and pulled right back down to the ground. Rick jumped onto it and pinned it to the floor. "Gotcha. It really is an observer. They were secretly watching us." The students cheered. Rick picked up one of the sharp stones lying around and enchanted it. "No, that might not be it." "What?" "But you just kept saying." "I'm just saying that I'm not 100% sure. There's a chance that Efnal sent it to observe us, you know? I'll have to destroy it and disassemble it for analysis." Rick chuckled as he looked at the other stunned students. "There's nothing wrong with being sure. I hear that this is extremely expensive equipment, which is a shame, but being watched by the enemy means death, so." Locking the observer between his legs, Rick lifted the rock over his head, about to bring it down with all his might. Then, the observer flashed a quick red warning light. Beep. Do not tamper with the observer during the test. Beep. Beep. Rick smirked at the observer beeping eagerly as if begging for its life. "Do you need more proof?" All the students quickly shook their heads. Rick pushed himself to his feet and brushed the dirt from his uniform. The observer scurried away, re-enchanting itself with invisibility. "Now. I know a lot more about this exam. Will go. You want to survive, don't you? You don't want to go back home on the very first day of school without ever stepping foot on campus, right? How would you look your parents in the eye when you just bid your farewells?" As the students nodded with a heavy seriousness, Rick grinned. "So, just trust me from now on. Welcome, my pawns. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back at headquarters. That bastard, his skills are mediocre, but he sure can pull off some stunts." Evangelos, the test director watching the whole thing on a screen, laughed. "Finding the observer and using it to your advantage? Yeah, a necromancer must be that ballsy. Mark him, too." "Yes, sir." Looking over at Rick, Evangelos wheeled the chair he was sitting in back to the center. The situation was normal. Some students still hadn't gotten over their panic, but a few were making their ways to the island's center. He liked the quick thinking of those students. Serene, the S.A.2, ruled like a queen and used a wall of bodyguards charmed with her feathers to progress. Chitel, the S.A.3, marched with the force of a chariot, slaying any monster unlucky enough to get in her path. Alyssa, the S.A.7, was taking an airborne route with her phantom ships rather than walking. Special admissions really are special. Well, they're definitely starting off at a different level of skill. Other than the SAS, Malin utilized a river flowing to the other side of the island by constructing a boat out of ice and floating down it. Camabaras used her sharp nose for blood to find the injured or hemomancy students when everyone was scattered, creating one large cooperative group. Fitzgerald used his chimera to dazzle the island's animals and monsters, progressing without a single fight. In fact, some of the regular students progressed faster than the SA students. As the semester progressed, the gap between the SAS and the regular students should narrow. But Evangelos looked at one screen. One of them still stands out above the rest. Evangelos stared at the image of Simon on the screen, then turned to the nearest member of staff. Prepare the next trial for the first 5 to enter, including Simon Polantia. Yes, sir. Evangelos grinned deviously, his hands held together in a tight grip. Now, let's see how you're gonna deal with this. Asterisk. Up on the hill, Simon watched the situation from above. The closer he got to Kizan, the bigger the roaming monsters he saw, both in size and in number. The terrain didn't help. Ahead of him were open fields with no cover nor obstacles, like trees or long grass. Needless to say, it was impossible for him to take on a group of enemies that size by himself. However, they were reaching heights where it was hard for him to just glide over them. It was time to prepare. There was no need for him to save on jet black at this point. He was far enough in that he shouldn't run out. Simon pulled an item out of his subspace and set it on the ground. One of Simon's tricks up his sleeve for fighting priests was. It's been a while. The mud golem. The golem's core rang with a pure tone as if happy to see him after so long. Simon patted the core lightly, then dug a hole in the ground nearby and set it down. Now, focus. The most important task over the holidays, finding a way to fight priests and their divinity. Simon thought about it, too. Well, it was difficult. An aspiring summoner who mainly focused on using undead was already at a severe disadvantage against divinity. Also, why do I even have to think of a countermeasure? After his battle with Flema, Simon's body had become somewhat immune to divinity. He could even take a direct hit from light magic, like that Necromancer slaying spell exorcism. But he couldn't present that in front of Jane, saying, "I'm okay because divinity doesn't work on me." So, as an aspiring summoner, he researched new techniques. And my answer was this. Sia, the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon stroked the golem's core and concentrated. Golems were a bit of an unusual entity among summons. They were called undead because they functioned as undead to summoners, but they were technically closer to chimeras. The material that made up their bodies wasn't flesh, but natural objects, and hence not prone to divinity. Simon stepped back and stood a short distance from the golem's core. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly lifted his arms. Summon golem. Simon's jet black, injected into the golem's core, began to go wild. The surrounding sand, mud, and rocks clung tightly to the core. Tighter than usual. I need to build it differently from the typical mud golem. This golem needed to be specialized for speed and evasion, not combat. So, he abandoned its normal form. Keep it simple and maneuverable. Around the golem's core, a surfboard-like wedge was formed. Arms and legs were omitted in favor of wheels, and there was an engine at the back to make those wheels spin. The engine was, of course, powered using jet black. From above, it looked like a mudboard with a streamlined body. Simon hopped on board. This was the speed-specialized mud golem he had prepared in advance. He took inspiration from the divine train's wheels. Let's go. The engine flared with jet black, and the golem's wheels started to spin. Soon, the board carrying Simon shot forward, sending dirt and dust flying. Chapter 209. White fists the size of houses descended from the sky. Simon was forced to swerve side to side on his golem board to slip past every attack. Faster! Faster! The golem board accelerated once more, slipping between the legs of the white monsters. As the surrounding monsters punched after him, they forced their fists through the gaps, tangling themselves up with each other and causing the tallest of them to trip. It was a risky path where getting hit even once could lead to instant death, but Simon took it regardless. Hill ahead. A few meters ahead, the terrain was more jagged. Simon grabbed the end of his board and twisted it to the side. Just like that, the board flew up and over the hill. After a few seconds of airtime, the board landed again on the dirt. The monsters chased after him, inhuman wails shaking the ground. But there was too huge a difference in speed. Simon grinned, clutching his windswept hair. Catch you later. After crossing the monster-infested plainlands in no time, Simon reached a familiar place. It was the city of students, Rochest. It's been so long since I've been here, today's full of nostalgia. He used to sneak off here after class using a secret route. It was a major dating spot and weekend hangout place for students. So it was a little strange to see such a vibrant city so deserted. Still, arriving here meant that Kizan was only a short distance away. As Simon sped further in on his golem board, he saw a new batch of white arrows flying over the roof of the building in front of him. Divine arrows? Simon immediately turned the golem board to the side, and the arrows hit only ground. What? Why are there light spells or priests here? The faint sound of footsteps echoed in Simon's ears. His head snapped back behind him. 2 white-robed men were coming his way. Death to the enemies of the goddess. Judgment to the unholy. Muttering with grim voices like fanatics, they drew the sign of the cross in the air and cast light spells. Simon recognized the spell from their movements alone. He had traveled to the Holy Federation, so there was no way he didn't recognize it. Exorcism. A pure white divine power fell like a thunderbolt from magic circles in the sky. Simon dodged by a hair's breadth after doubling the jet black flowing into the golem's engine. No way. Why are you people here? Shouted Simon, but the priests were in no mood to talk. The fact that there were priests on Roke Island was very shocking. This just being a test from Kizan felt less likely for a moment, and he truly considered the possibility that Efnil had attacked Kizan. Death to the enemies of the goddess. The 2 priests, realizing they gave Simon too much time to react, began casting faster. Numerous magic circles were conjured in the air, and pillars of light rained down like artillery shells. I can't dodge all that. Simon immediately grabbed the front of the board. Come up. The board folded in half, rising to cover Simon's body. The oncoming exorcism then slammed into the front of the board, making it tremble from the impact. But it worked. A satisfied smile appeared on Simon's lips. Based on his experience in the Holy Federation, there were 2 main ways that priests dealt with necromancers from a distance. The first was evil shatterers. Exorcism was the epitome of this type of magic, a bombardment of pure divinity with no physical force. If the opponent was a necromancer or an undead, the priest could destroy their core and render them useless in a single blow. The second one was a mixture of physical force and divinity. The recent divine arrows were one example of this. Exorcism can't pierce through walls and other obstacles due to its lack of firepower. However, light spells with the force to pierce through objects can't take down a necromancer with a single blow like the evil shatterers. In the end, I just have to be wary of exorcism. The priests unleashed another wave of exorcism, a form of instant death skill, so Simon shifted the physical barrier in the way and successfully defended against it. Perhaps his opponents also knew that spamming exorcism wouldn't cut it, as they switched to launching divine spears. As if expecting this, Simon lowered the golem's wall and brought it back to its faster form. In order to add force to divinity, it needs to manifest into a form, and the traditional forms were classic weapons. This was where the overwhelming speed of the golem board was an advantage. He weaved through the streets of Rochest, deftly dodging flying spears. He needed to get out of this city and reach the Kizan campus as soon as possible. A creepy voice came from the distance, and another prima materia monster leaped out from a nearby alley. So they were here, too. The other monsters wandering the streets saw Simon and began to charge in. I'm burning through jet black faster than I anticipated. Despite Simon sweating profusely as his supply diminished, he sped the board up. The closer he got to Kizan, the fewer small monsters there were, and the more the powerful medium and large ones appeared. This was actually in Simon's favor. He poured even more jet black into the board, easily dodging the white monster's attacks. A divine spear hit the back of the board and bounced off. Surprised, Simon saw a flurry of divine spears slicing through the wind. There were more priests? It wasn't the priests behind him. In the distance, priests leaped from roof to roof, hurling divine spears and exorcisms. On top of that, a medium-sized monster was charging from right in front of him, swinging its clawed arms. There was an exorcism threatening to strike at the exact same time from behind him. There was little room to dodge, but he couldn't stop and block everything, either. Focus. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the moment of tension, the world went silent and time began to slow. The monster's hook and the motion of the exorcism that had been shot slowed rapidly until they were just inching forward at a snail's pace. Simon stepped on jet black and jumped. He leaped off the board and soared into the air, and the monster claw and exorcism annihilated even the dust that remained where Simon was standing less than a second ago. After a few moments in the air, he straightened up and stretched out his legs beneath him. Moving forward at the exact same speed, the board came under his feet as he landed. The instant his feet touched the board, time went back to normal. His dodge was perfect, and he slid past the forces surrounding him. Phew, I can somewhat manage the monsters, but the priests are tricky. The physical attacks were being handled by the monsters scattered across the streets, so the priests could safely cast exorcism from a distance. Simon decided to fight back. First, he went around behind a building and parked the golem board. Then, he stomped his left foot down to prepare his overlord before pulling 3 zombies out of his subspace. Tentacle blades came out from the floor and wrapped around the zombies, flexing taut like bowstrings. Simon's eyes glistened as he calmly completed his magic circles. Fire! The overlord's tentacles flung forward and launched the zombies over the roof like a catapult. After counting seconds in his head, he clenched his fist. Corpse explosion. 2 separate explosions could be heard beyond the house. One of the zombies must have been shot down before it reached the target. But the rain of exorcisms had halted. Using the brief respite, Simon sped down the road at full speed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh. He's pretty good. Watching everything on the mana screen, Evangelos grabbed his staff and waved it with joy. This is it. I've been waiting for a bastard like this. From the creativity of using mud golems as transportation to using a tentacle summon as a catapult to blast zombies and, to top it all off, the power of his corpse. Explosion. Compared to the overwhelming power and ruthlessness of other years' S.A.1s, this year's was somewhat modest. But his quick thinking and wit were top-notch. Usually, kids like that had more potential. Man, I'd like to try raising one. Is this why everyone is wanting to become a professor at Kizan nowadays? Sir. Chatelmer is closing in on Rochest. Evangelos waved his hand dismissively at the staff's report. Forget it. Send all the free priests to Simon Polantia. The staff were stunned. Are you serious right now? Student Simon already dealt with a number of Come on, we've got a few distinguished guests here. We need to give them a good show. Leave the directing to me. Evangelos fixed his eyes to the screen where Simon was writing away on his golem board. Where's my answer? Suddenly, a chill swept over the room. Not from physical coldness, but pure fear. Everyone broke out into a cold sweat as they stared at the back. Have these bastards gone mad? After muttering that, Evangelos turned around to see what the fuss was. His eyes went as wide as everyone else's. Well, aren't you one motherfucking crazy bastard? A man in a white suit had burst into the test headquarters without tripping a single alarm. Everyone froze in place, staring. Evangelos clicked his tongue and feigned a laugh. Are professors allowed to enter a test run by Kizan headquarters? Do you want someone to nag your ear off about fairness again? Bahil, the professor of curses and a member of the Crows, smiled. I came in as a crow, not as a professor. And talking about fairness isn't what you're trying to do somewhat unfair, senior? Hey. Evangelos' false hospitality was replaced by a deathly glare. Have you gone mad? 1,000 needles appeared from nowhere and surrounded Bahil on all sides. He'd be pricked if he even moved his finger. I see you've grown a lot of nerve now that you're a Kizan professor and Nephthys is being kind to you. Senior, said Bahil, unfazed. Don't embarrass yourself in front of all these people. Put that stupid toy away. Evangelos opened his palm. The 1,000 needles all turned black. Do you want to try it? See if it's a toy or not? Bahil scoffed. Sure. Try it, then. Evangelos, burning with rage, suddenly froze for a second. There was a long pause, then Evangelos burst into laughter, his shoulders heaving up and down. Whoa, this asshole. Evangelos brought his hand to his forehead, covering his eyes. After a few seconds, he slowly lowered his hand, and he saw that his needles were surrounding empty space. Bahil was leaning against the opposite wall with his arms crossed. It was almost as if he'd teleported. When did you cast the curse? Evangelos' curse protections and even natural resistances had all been breached. Seeing such a clean and stealthy curse operation sent chills down his spine. Bahil shrugged nonchalantly as if this was as challenging for him as taking an evening stroll. I can't get enough of you honestly. With a twitch of his hand, Evangelos made all his needles disappear into thin air. He leaned back in his chair and dusted off his shoulder. Yeah, fuck you. What is someone like you doing here? What do you want? I knew you were going to act like an attention whore. Bahil pointed his finger at the center screen, the one with Simon on it. His voice went cold. Sir, the novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Don't hurt what is mine. Chapter 210 at the test's headquarters. The two combative crows had stopped their battle of nerves. They were sitting across from each other, enjoying cups of tea. Ah, you should have told me he was your direct disciple. After taking another sip of his hot tea and glancing up at Bahil, Evangelos added. Then I would have gone easy on him. He isn't my direct disciple. Evangelos looked surprised at that answer. What's the matter? I thought you were one of those people who has to have exactly what you want to feel calm. What are you talking about? Also, this school isn't exactly that easy. Evangelos clicked his tongue. Huh. Seems like the wicked Bahil I know is all but dead now. If you don't like other professors interrupting, you can cast an invisibility curse on that Simon bastard. Bahil also took a sip of tea, then removed the fedora from his head and placed it on the table. The S.A.1 is a student under the watchful eye of Nephthys herself. It's too dangerous to win such a student's heart with a curse. Besides. Bahil shook his head. I don't want to. Oh ho? A genius is a complex thing. It's a combination of intelligence, experience, values, personality, parental teachings, and so on. If someone reaches a certain balance of these, a genius emerges. Why would I curse such a masterpiece and blemish it? I want to teach people, not puppets. Bahil's face contorted into a monstrous grimace as he spoke. I want him to trust and follow me wholeheartedly. I want him to be the kind of disciple who respects me with all his heart, understands my philosophy and intentions from the depths of his soul, and can discuss the nature of the world without concern. What a perverted asshole. That's what Evangelos thought, but he didn't say it out loud. Seeing you so obsessed reminds me of when you were still a rookie professor. You were following that poisonous alchemy aspirant everywhere because you wanted to teach her. Ah, you mean she Heckle? She's my chief assistant teacher. She's very capable. You really are one crazy bastard. Evangelos then looked at the screens and changed the subject. Anyway, the last step is out of my hands, even as the chief supervisor. What are you planning to do? The final hurdle to the Kizan campus awaited him. I've done my part. Now it's all up to him, said Bahil calmly. If he truly is meant to be my disciple, I have no doubt he'll be able to overcome this obstacle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On his golem board, Simon was climbing a very familiar hill. The road that connects the Kizan campus to Roshist. One didn't have to stray far from the path to wind up in the Forbidden Forest, where Pierre's ruin was also located. He had agreed to meet up with Pierre and Elizabeth at the ruins after the holidays. He was looking forward to their reunion. I wonder if both of them are on Roke Island? It was quite unlikely that this was an Ethnal attack, but if it really was, Simon would first check the situation on campus before heading straight for Pierre's ruin. It would be the great return of Pion after his long absence. With both Elizabeth and Prince there, he planned to use the power of the Legion against the priests. Growing impatient, Simon sped up the golem even faster. From the sky, a priest's divine spear shot toward him. It's just a single divine spear. Thinking that, he accelerated to dodge it. But without even moving that fast, the divine spear fell smoothly down and stuck into the golem board with a. Sar the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His vision suddenly spun as he was flung off the board. Before he knew it, the divine spear had pierced through the body of the golem board and fixed it onto the ground, sending Simon flying from the inertia. What? The spear changed paths? Simon soon landed and landed hard, bouncing several times like a ball before rolling across the grass. The taste of dirt and blood lingered in his mouth, and his head was spinning like crazy. Thankfully, he stopped rolling fairly quickly. Simon coughed and pushed himself up from the dirt. His pristine school uniform was covered in filth, and every bone in his body ached. He might have to live the next few months with casts and splints. Kook. The icing on the cake was that he couldn't move his left arm properly after the bad landing. But despite being in the worst possible condition, Simon diligently looked around for the culprit. On the road leading to the Kizan campus was an old man standing in the center. He looked like a mountaintop sage. He was dressed in a white robe, one hand held behind his back as he fanned himself with the other. He had a white beard, graying hair, and deep wrinkles all across his face. Simon sensed a vast quantity of divinity flowing from him. It's a priest. And one far more powerful than any regular priest I've ever met. The old man who felt like a final boss spoke up. Young Necromancer, you may go no further. His voice was dignified and benevolent, but there was a hint of foreboding in it. If you wish to spare your poor life, you must leave this place. Simon clenched his teeth and crouched down, getting his legs ready to move and fight. I can't do that. His subspace opened up, skeletons and zombies pouring out of it. Several of the skeletons became bone armor on Simon's legs and his immobile left arm. He was radiating with fighting spirit. Please move aside. Wow. The old man's eyes brightened when he looked at Simon. The young chap must have taken quite a lot of damage. But despite gasping for breath, his eyes were still shining. That's good. He's got an upright heart. It wasn't often you saw kids his age with that kind of look in their eyes. The old man chuckled a little before saying, running away is also an act of courage. I'm sure you are not such a fool to be blind to the difference in our level. Simon wordlessly brought his armored arms and legs into a fighting stance. It was the ready stance for the basic form of combat dark magic. The old man accepted the challenge. Folding his fan and tucking it into the back of his belt, he brought his arms in front of him. Divinity gathered in his hands, transforming into a long sword well over a meter long. The two practiced swings cut the air, the sound not only showing the blade's unnatural sharpness. Then, the old man held the divine sword out in front of him and said,
Come. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon kicked off the ground and charged in. He jabbed at the old man, who swung his sword without moving an inch. Sparks flew as the divine sword and bone armor clashed. Simon's eyes widened. His bone armor had cracked from the clash, and the jet black inside the cracked pieces had been extinguished. But the jab was a feint. Simon spun on the spot, using his left arm to further gain momentum. It was his signature move, a roundhouse kick with his right leg. But this time again, his bone boots were smashed to pieces by the old man's simple slash. He kicked Simon in the side, instantly knocking the poor boy to the ground. Your movements are too large. The old man brought divinity into his palms. A glass pane made of divinity formed in the air. The old man shattered it with his sword, shooting divine fragments in all directions. A ranged attack. Simon hurriedly pushed himself up off the ground and into the air. His heart sank as he watched the divine shards impale the dirt beneath him. It's not over yet. The old man materialized several glass panes, and still with one hand behind his back he walked past them and swung his sword. A shower of divine shards rained down on Simon while he was still in the air from dodging the last attack. The bones forming his armor took the brunt of the force, many of them being chipped or cut open by the glass shards and losing their power. A few shards also managed to hit Simon directly. Caught. In the air, he fell headfirst, face full of agony. Humph. I made sure to avoid the core, but did I overdo it? The old man wore a solemn expression, but he felt slightly sorry inside. Seriously? Simon, getting back up off the ground, trembled. It really doesn't hurt at all. Is this all right? Desperate acting. Since he tried it on Flema once, he had some experience with pretending to be damaged by divinity. If this was actually a Kizan test, they'd be watching with an observer, and he didn't want to reveal more than he had to. And if the old man was truly an ephemeral priest, divinity not working was a trick he could keep up his sleeve. Either way, it was best to fake being injured. Simon clenched his jaw and said through gritted teeth, "It's my turn now." Having bought some time, the skeletons he took out before had managed to completely surround the old man, swinging their weapons. However, the priest kept his stance, swinging his sword from where he stood. Each silver flash of the blade sent numerous skeletons flying. Not yet. Simon heightened his focus once more. I'm not done yet. The skeletons blown back by the sword stopped in mid-air and scattered into dozens of bones. All the undamaged bones were made to charge forward, the ones cut by the divine sword falling uselessly to the floor. It was bone nail, one of Simon's special skills. Over here. 6 overlord blades protruded from the subspace. A combination attack between bone nail and the overlord. An onslaught that no normal human could possibly dodge or block with only 4 limbs. It's good that you put me in a situation I can't dodge out of, but it's not a very good strategy against a priest. The old man raised his divine sword into the air and drew the sign of the cross. A divine barrier shimmered around him, and every attack was deflected. Simon gasped and retrieved his overlord. And the reason you're trying to distract me like this is... The old man gazed into the tree line, looking for something. Must be those zombies you snuck off to the side earlier, huh? When are you going to use them? Simon's back was drenched with cold sweat. So he knew it all. The nonchalance born from overwhelming experience was terrifying. The way he didn't give his opponent any room to create unknowns. But still, I have one advantage over him. Simon slowly raised his right arm and extended it toward the zombies. This is the first time you've been to Roke Island, isn't it? The boy smiled. Eyeing him curiously, the old man replied. That is true. Is that a problem? It means you're not so familiar with the terrain. A corpse explosion circle formed in Simon's palm. This place was highly mountainous, and this road he had often traveled on his way down to Rochest had unstable ground. That was because, when it rained, mud used to surge through, leaving the road much worse for wear.
Servants had reinforced it by stacking wooden boards against the rock face, but if I destroy it with this huge force, then... Simon clenched his fist as if pressing the ignition switch. Explosions sounded off one after another. The area around them shook violently like an earthquake, and a tidal wave of mud came down from the right. The mud arrived at the old man first. He formed another divine shield from where he stood in place, but the wave of mud blurred his vision. Ho ho ho. He got me. By the time the old man had created his shield, Simon had reformed his mud golem and was surfing across the mudslide. Just like this. Simon's eyes flashed with concentration. Till I reached Kizan. Actually, the mudslide wasn't that big or lasted that long, but the old man couldn't know that, so he formed a barrier instead of leaping above it just to make sure, and Simon turned that into an opportunity. With that difference, the distance between the old man and Simon has increased significantly. I did it. Now it was a straight line to the Kizan campus. The familiar entrance was in sight, and the gate was wide open. The moment Simon skated straight through the gate. What? A huge cheer shook the earth like thunder, bringing Simon to his senses. Simon's eyes widened as he stopped the board and looked around. Chapter 2:11. As soon as he walked through the main gate, the dark and dreary sky was supplanted by a bright and blue one. Simon stopped the golem board. What in the world is all this? It was like he entered another world. He was standing on a raised stage that stretched from the main entrance to the center of the campus, and a crowd of people were cheering from below. Simon! 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 They were even chanting his name. As he stood there, dumbfounded, he suddenly heard a loud voice beside him. It is Simon Polentia, the special admission number 1. He smashed the test, taking first place yet again. We'll have him on stage for you all. What? A flamboyantly dressed host shouted from the center of the stage with a loudspeaker crystal ball in his hand. When their eyes met, he gestured toward Simon. There was no crowd like this outside the main gate. It must have been covered by an illusion. So this was... Simon's eyes moved to the large mana screens hovering in the air. They were showing live feeds of the other students battling the prima materia monsters, all broadcasted by observers. This was all a test from Kizan after all. Apparently, the test would end once the student reached Kizan. Another mana screen showed a board with rankings. On the top row of that board was a gold number 1 with Simon's face, name, nationality, and major next to it. Did I really arrive first? The blinding flashes of mana cameras went off everywhere. Simon frowned and raised an arm to block out the shining lights. Beside the cameras were masked men wearing black ties and scribbling in notebooks at tremendous speeds. Even the scouters are here? Taking a deep breath, Simon returned to his senses. He was still very much confused, but he didn't let that confusion reach his face. He calmly straightened his tie, fixed his collar, and walked up next to the host on stage. Please give a big round of applause once again to the student Simon Polentia. Wah wah. Accompanied by enthusiastic cheers, Simon arrived at the center of the stage. The host took the loudspeaker crystal ball from his mouth so the crowd wouldn't hear him before saying to Simon. You must be very surprised. Do you need us to give you a quick debrief? And would you mind a short interview? Simon felt the urgency in his questions. He definitely needed that debrief, but he decided it could wait until after the interview. It's fine. I'll answer whatever I can. Simon gave a businesslike smile and stood closer to the loudspeaker ball. You must be really surprised. Are you feeling all right? I'm a little puzzled, but yes, I'm feeling all right. First, could you tell us a little about yourself? It was his first public appearance as Kizan's special admission number 1. Hundreds of eyes were glued onto him. No mistakes are allowed. Simon took a slight breath and began, cthnovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hello, my name is Simon Polentia. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thousands of meters above Roke Island. Armed with the wings and scales of a corpse dragon, Hector defied all expectations. He was soaring higher than the clouds. As soon as he had come to his senses, Hector realized that this was all a test by Kizan and took to the skies. Of course, flying was a challenge, too. Kizan had released many of those flying prima materia monsters into the air, and they had few targets apart from him. Many flashes of evil-shattering divinity beams lit up the sky as Hector dodged and weaved. He had briefly considered joining the other students and taking a ground route, but in the end, he remained stubborn. There was no way he could defeat Bastard by ordinary means. Knowing this, Hector dodged past and fought through countless flying monsters until he finally spotted the Kizan campus from up high. Now I just have to get back down. He had spent too much time fighting back. He lost quite a number of scales, too. Taking a quick glance back at the monsters following him, Hector set his core to overdrive, sending every drop of jet black into the corpse dragon wings. Soon, he moved from mostly horizontal to almost straight down, and he descended toward the campus with such speed he threatened to break the sound barrier. His scales tugged and pulled, the air resistance trying to grab at whatever it could, but Hector was able to take it. After going so far just to shave off a minute at most, he was certain. This time I'm definitely getting first place. He was nearing the Kizan campus like a meteor crashing toward the ground. Upon seeing the glimmer of jet black stretching out like a barrier across the empty school grounds, he became even more sure of his initial assumption. This was a Kizan test. I will begin the integrated second semester with a victory. The heir of the Moore family. He tore through the barrier of jet black and flapped his wings soaked in jet black with all their might to slow himself down and land safely. Am the best. Waha wa wea. The background around him changed, and he saw countless people cheering and throwing their arms up. A shiver of ecstasy ran down his spine. Hector pumped his fists into the air and roared with the ferocity of a dragon. Student Hector Moore has arrived while we are conducting the interview. After all, I'm the HM? What was that? As expected from the great Moore family. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Hector Moore, who beat out almost all the fierce special admissions and the other monsters to take second place. All? I'm second, not first? Going back to our interview with Simon Polantia, who came in first. A spectator still watching Hector let out a frightened yelp upon seeing the fury on his face. Simon was the first to arrive on the stage, speaking into a loudspeaker ball as he answered the host's questions. Quack. Hector's shout shook the spectator stands. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The interview went well. He was asked how he spent his vacation, what dark magic he'd been practicing lately, what the hardest thing was about being at Kizan, and what he was looking forward to in starting his integrated second semester. He was worried he'd be asked about his past or background, but there were no difficult questions. They were just questions that a typical student could answer. When he finished the interview and went backstage, a woman was waiting, her hands folded in her lap. When their eyes met, she immediately bowed. Student Simon. He didn't know her name, but her face was familiar. She was one of Jane's, the woman in charge of class assistant teachers, so he would have seen her occasionally at drills or when Jane called for Simon. Simon also bowed his head and greeted her politely. Have you been well, assistant teacher? It was nice to see a face he recognized. I've been fine. But more importantly, I saw on the screens earlier that you took a bad fall. Are you hurt anywhere? At that, Simon grabbed his throbbing left arm. On this arm, a little. She reached over and grabbed the arm. How about here? It's fine. Here? Ack. That hurts. As Simon screamed, she nodded with a tender smile. Follow me. I'll take you to where you'll be treated. Thank why. Another round of wild cheering erupted. They both turned their heads to look. It was hard to see from where they were, but a third person must have arrived. The host was shouting the name Chatelmer. "Let's go." Simon followed the assistant teacher. She explained that, normally, this would be the servant's job. However, because it was such a big event, the servants were already incredibly busy and the assistants had to manage the students. "But, assistant teacher, what is all this about?" She gave a small laugh as Simon let out his pent-up curiosity. "I'm sorry, I know you're surprised. You'll hear more about it at the opening ceremony, but it's some sort of performance assessment for the entire first-year cohort. It'll reflect on your grades, and probably at least 50 of you will be stripped of your Kizan uniforms today." At that, Simon felt his stomach sink. At least 50? Also, the test today is completely open to the public, just like the last dual evaluation where even the Princess of Dresden came to watch. She glanced over and saw the look in Simon's eyes. "Of course, I know how you feel, Simon. I was also a Kizan student, and it's not that pleasant. You know, you're going through a lot. Those students who puked or pissed themselves during this test, and even just exhaustion during others. It's kind of annoying having an entire audience watching you." Simon dismissively waved his hand, surprised by the heart-to-heart. It's not that bad. Well, Kizan gave me a stage to make my name known and to start accruing fame, so." She smirked as if she'd seen through Simon trying to cover up his displeasure. "I know I'm not an admin but just an assistant teacher with no say in anything, but as an educator, I apologize. The truth is, this opening test was already confirmed, and it was HQ's decision to force it to be public." "What? Why would the headquarters suddenly decide to?" "Actually, it's because the terrorist incident gave those questioning Kizan's dominance more of a platform to stand on. It wasn't easy for a single organization to rule over 4 kingdoms and great families such as those in the Ivory Tower with an iron fist. In that regard, Efnal was clever. Their system destroyed all nations and nobles within their federation, creating a single empire. They made religion the core foundation of the state's existence and controlled the populace through the inquisitors and censorship. Nephthys, on the other hand, took the difficult road of unity, bringing together the forces in the name of the alliance. But this Sanctus incident was good material for the anti-Kizan factions, and even more sprung up because of it. Holding the tests in public is like a show of strength. It's like we're telling them that the Kizan is still the strongest and that the students involved in the incident weren't intimidated by it." According to her, the intensity of Kizan's publicized tests actually frightens most of the audience. Plunging 17-year-olds who hadn't even finished the standard first semester straight into deep trauma, making them fight divine monsters and real priests, disabling their uniforms, and throwing them onto a battlefield. It wouldn't be surprising to see some students wind up with cores destroyed. However, in the end, most students overcame their fears and fought the priests with all their might, making their ways to Kizan's campus. The crowd was very impressed by this, and the atmosphere when Simon entered was built by that. Ultimately, it was all part of the big picture that the headquarters was painting. As expected from a powerful organization. It feels like they have the citizens playing by Kizan's hand. He could already envision the headlines that would be on the front page of every newspaper in the Alliance. Simon chuckled to himself before asking to sate his curiosity. "But what's with the priests earlier?" That will also be explained at the opening ceremony a little later. To summarize, you could think of them as people who escaped from the Holy Federation and are cooperating with Kizan, I guess. They had arrived at the emergency clinic. The assistant teacher walked back to her station with a respectful bow, and Simon's wounds were treated. Thankfully, his left arm didn't need a splint and was quickly dealt with. He was told not to strain the arm for the next 2 days. After receiving his treatment, he left the clinic and returned to the waiting room backstage. That's when he heard lots of noise coming from the crowd. Simon looked to the mana screen in the waiting room, and a delighted smile made it onto his lips. It's Mei-Lin. She had arrived at the front of the Kizan campus within the top 10. Now, all that remained was the battle with the old priest. Chapter 212. Simon sprinted to the spectator stands so he could get a good view of the screen with Mei-Lin. He could hear the crowd cheering next to him. On the screen, Mei-Lin was fighting against the old priest by herself.
She had clearly created a difficult obstacle by covering the entire ground in ice and skated across, going straight ahead and until she was past the point of pursuit. The look on her face showed she was absolutely exhausted. She then entered the Kizan campus, gasping for breath and with a face full of spite. The host exclaimed. Living up to her role in the ivory tower, let's give it up for Malin Valen, the 9th student too. Kizan, you fucking crazy bastards. She started cursing as soon as she entered. Her raspy voice was slightly muffled out by the crowd's cheers, but she shouted again. And HQ says they're all human, huh? Bet you're so determined to kill the students. Try telling me that this was a performance assessment and I'm going to. Suddenly, the flashes of mana cameras forced Malin to freeze. Reporters rushed in, followed by scouters from various organizations. There were even people from the ivory tower. Only now did Malin realize what was going on. Student Malin. How do you feel about passing the test within the top 1%? Shouted one reporter as he raised his mana camera. More and more reporters swarmed toward her, and the crowd chanted her name. After a moment of stunned silence, Malin fixed her windswept hair, straightened her back, and fixed her tie. Then, she clasped her hands together and smiled broadly. Hello, I'm Malin Valen, from the first year Class A. Her voice had the calmness of a gentle spring breeze, and Simon couldn't help but chuckle. She was saying things like how she worked hard, that it was all thanks to the dark spells she learned at Kizan, and she gave a completely different story from what she had just been screaming. She carried herself with a sense of professionalism, waving at the mana cameras with a smile. Finally, after a brief interview with the host, she sighed heavily and stepped off the stage. Ugh, damn it all. It's pissing me off. Congratulations, Malin. Simon, who had been waiting, clapped in celebration. Malin went red when she belatedly spotted him and waved back. As expected, you were here before me. What place did you get? First. Wow, honestly, you're. She whimpered, then suddenly yelled. Hey! Didn't you lose your mind when you saw that first divine monster from the prima materia? Wasn't that just way too much? Simon agreed with a smile on his face. Yeah, that was evil. I know, right? Those inhumane bastards. They're just crossing the line, doing this on the first school day. After finally being able to vent what she was forced to bottle up for the camera, she turned back to the screen with a genuine smile instead of the professional one she was forcing before. What about Cammy and the commoner bastard? I don't think you need to worry too much. Simon briefed. They're both progressing in the center of big parties, and Rick is even acting as the boss of his. He does like being the know-it-all. Scoffed Malin. He must be finding it so cathartic to be a commoner telling the nobles what to do, right? Dunno. Simon shook his head. When he builds a team, he always starts at a disadvantage because of his status. But eventually, everyone trusts and follows him. Don't you think that's his real strength? Malin blinked. That's a pretty good way to put it. Did he bribe you to say that or something? Nah, I genuinely do think that. Heh. Siding with him because y'all always hang out together. She snorted and looked at the other screen. There's no need to mention Cammy, I guess. When Rick first looked at Camabarez, he said she wouldn't last long in Kizan with how unathletic and soft-hearted she was. But none of that could be seen now, and she'd become a fully fledged Kizan student. False goodness is always eventually seen through, and true goodness will always rise to the surface. So it brought a smile to Simon's face to see Cammy finally getting the respect she deserved. Walking back to the waiting room, Simon and Malin chatted about their experiences since being separated. Once they got there, they found that there was plenty of room. Perhaps the other students had gone to wash up after fighting. Neither Hector nor Chattel, the S.A.3, were around. Simon and Malin sat down and chatted further, cheering Rick and Camabarez on. Whoever organized this test must secretly be a devil. Malin gritted her teeth, seemingly still angry, as she watched Camabarez dodge the many priests' attacks.
The 68th to 75th students are coming in. The rankings were filling up fast. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kamabura's final ranking was 347th, and Rick's was 420th. Unlike the top-ranked students like Simon, Mei-Lin, and Hector, who reached the goal with overwhelming individual skills, they dropped a bit because they were part of a larger team. But they were still comfortably ahead of the stragglers who placed worse. Simon, Mei-Lin. Kamabura's ran right to them, covered in dirt. Simon and Mei-Lin both gave her a big hug, even patting her on the head for a job well done. Cami. Thank you so much for today. See you sometime in Rochest. Her teammates, who grew attached while fighting together, waved as she left. Kamabura's waved back, then looked at Simon and Mei-Lin once more. I'm glad I get to stay in school with you guys. She laughed innocently. Gosh, why are you acting so silly? It's breaking my heart, honestly, said Mei-Lin as she squatted in front of Kamabura's, examining the wounds on her knees and feet. The battle had been so fierce that one of her shoes went missing, and the elbow of her uniform was soaked with blood. Let's go and get them treated before those scar. Yeah. Mei-Lin took Kamabura's hand and led her to the clinic. Not long later, Rick, seemingly in better shape than Simon expected, waved from a distance. His leisurely gait and greasy smile carried Rick's trademark playfulness. Good job, Rick. This was easy. The two boys fist bumped in triumph. Huzzah. Stretching, Rick glanced around. Where are the girls? At the clinic. Don't you have to pay it a visit? Nah, I only got a small scratch. Rick demanded to get a rundown of what was going on instead of getting treated, and Simon told him everything he'd been told by the assistant teacher. Wow, a publicity stunt with a bunch of reporters as expected from Kizan. You don't seem too surprised. Of course I saw this coming. How adults think is more or less the same, really. They're all about profit and prestige in any situation. You can say they're simpler than kids. After a while, the last of the bottom students came in, and the opening exam was over. In addition to ranking people by order of entry, they said that the final scores would be calculated based on crisis handling, self-regulation, long-distance transportation, and, most importantly, countermeasures against divinity and priests. As a side note, they also made sure to clarify that the nether whale was safe and sound. The carcass of the dead nether whale and the Red Sea of Blood was a large-scale illusion involving numerous crows. It was a great success for setting the scene, and many students freaked out upon seeing it. Students who successfully completed the test were given an hour of free time before the opening ceremony. The public baths were packed. When they came out after cleaning up, a new set of Kizan uniforms were ready for them. There were no major changes to the design. Rick, always interested in magical tools, read the instruction manual and said they seemed to have a little more resistance to divinity. After changing into their crisp school uniforms, the smell of fresh new clothes filling their nostrils, students made their way to the Great Hall. Simon and Rick also walked amongst the crowd, chatting. Then, a voice from behind interrupted them. Are you really telling us to go just like this? You've got to be kidding me. It's the first day of school. On their way to the Great Hall, a commotion had broken out near the gate that led to the main teleportation magic circle. Rick looked puzzled. Eh? What are they doing over there? One of them is from our class, too. The students clustered at the rear gate were all dressed in baggy lime green clothes that looked more like pajamas than school uniforms. Ah. Simon looked at them with sympathy, quickly grasping the situation. They were the 50 failed students from the opening exam. Outsiders aren't allowed here. The servants were sweating profusely, blocking the failed students from entering. Outsiders? Fuck, did you just say outsiders? I'm a student here. What kind of school expels students on the first day? A few other students stopped to watch, intrigued. Most of them then turned away and continued on their way or watched from a distance, but some of them dared to come closer and tease the unfortunate students.
Gosh, how lame. Just accept it. There was no need to come all the way here in the first place. They were usually students who already had grudges against the failed students. Isn't that Recon from Class B? Serves him right for being so smug. Come on, send them away already, servants. The winners sneered, and the losers cried and screamed in pitiful anger. And you call yourselves human? Piss off, civilians. You still think we're on the same level? You couldn't even talk back to me in class. Inevitably, just as the conversation became a shouting match, someone slipped through the servants using etherealization. It's etherealization. One of the failed students majoring in necromancy rushed out onto the Kizan campus at a terrifying speed. However, a woman in an equally etherealized form quickly knocked him to the ground. There is no escape. Of course, Kizan dispatched people who could stop people with etherealized forms. She grabbed the boy by the scruff of his neck and dragged him back out onto the campus. Assistant teacher Erita? That brought her to a screeching halt. All right? It's me, Recon. The same Recon you adored. That Recon who got a score of 90 in necromancy. The boy shouted and pleaded, grabbing at the assistant teacher's pants. Please call Professor Umbra. There must be something wrong. I'm in the upper squad of the dual eval and my grades are in the top 100, yet I'm being thrown out. Because I was thrown into my trauma with absolutely no warning? You know it too, assistant teacher. I almost got killed during the Sanctus incident. And that happened because I was trying to protect the students who ran in fear. cthAvelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The assistant teacher bit her lip slightly, then said, You're not a Kizan student anymore. Let me escort you outside. Recon's face twisted as he was betrayed by even her. He used his etherealization again to wrench himself out of her grasp. Recon. Hey. You bastards. Recon shouted at the students after rematerializing. What are you laughing at? Oh, is it because you fuckers survived? Did any of you even reach the upper squad? The crowd of students booed and jeered. You're lame. Get lost, Recon. Your parents are counts, aren't they? So what if you can't be a necromancer? You've still got a pretty future ahead of you. Rage flashed across Recon's eyes and he was about to bring out his jet black when. What's all this fuss all about? A man's voice, neither faint nor loud, drowned out every other noise and enveloped the audience. Students scrambled to clear a path. The man who walked forward was dressed head to toe in a white suit, and a white fedora was pressed to his head. In an instant, a breathless silence settled. He took his hand out of his pocket and gently grabbed the brim of his fedora, taking it off to lift the shadow from his eyes. It was Bahil, one of Kizan's star professors. In fact, he had just left the test headquarters and was headed to the Great Hall. I don't like to repeat myself. What's all this fuss all about? Chapter 213 P. Professor Bahil. Recon knelt before Bahil. He then pointed to his chest with a trembling hand. Why, you remember me, right? Of course, Recon. A soft smile formed on Bahil's mouth. I heard your voice in the distance and immediately recognized it was you, Recon. Recon's face lit up. I beg you. There must be some mistake, throwing me away like this. If you can tell them. Actually, the reason I came here. Bahil's smile faded. Is to say goodbye. What? Bahil put his fedora onto his head, covering his eyes in shadow. You're a reasonably competent student, and if it had been a normal curriculum instead of this integrated second semester, you might have survived quite a while, perhaps even made it to second year. That's right. I can still. But most importantly, all the cheeriness was gone from Bahil's voice. A necromancer who can't fight priests isn't needed in Kizan. Recon stiffened at those words. It's good that we filtered you out here. No matter how good you are, a soldier whose general pisses his pants at the sight of divinity is bound to fall prey to the priests in a war. Honestly.
Bahil's grin was that of a devil. By filtering you out, we were able to save so many lives. As if hit by a curse instead of words, Recon felt his heart ache and collapsed in despair. Bahil gestured to the servants, watching Recon as the servants grabbed him by the arms and dragged him away. Silence filled the courtyard. It is the right of the winner to mock the loser. Bahil pressed down his fedora and looked around at the jeering students. But there's nothing worse than laughing at someone out of envy when you don't even deserve to feel above them. The silence grew heavier, and a few students gulped. As Bahil turned away, the assistant teacher who had caught Recon hesitantly ran up to him. Professor Ba. You'll be punished, Assistant Teacher Erida. She paused. To think that you couldn't even handle a simple problem like this because of your personal feelings. Was this really an issue that I had to interfere in? It was highly unusual for a professor to reprimand an assistant teacher in front of the students. She audibly gulped and bowed her head in resignation. I'm sorry. I'll take any punishment. I'll send a letter of recommendation to Moran, the public school for necromancers. She looked up, startled. Recon is a pretty decent guy. I'm sure they'll gladly take him if it's Moran. Then it's up to him to get his act together and become a top student there so he can come back to Kizan as a transfer student. Either that or he can just fall apart. The assistant teacher's eyes began to water, filling with tears. She bowed sincerely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Bahil gave her a quick wave before walking away. As the students on their way to the Great Hall moved out of his way, Bahil stopped beside where Simon and Rick were standing and softly said, I'll see you in class. Simon looked up, startled. Bahil was already gone, quickly walking into the Great Hall. As soon as he was out of sight, the students erupted into fervent whispers. The main topic was, of course, Bahil. Starting now. Rick clapped in determination. My major will be Kurzouch. Grow up, you dumbass. The two turned around to see Malin and Camabarez, already changed into their new uniforms. When did you guys get here? Only now. We heard the commotion and came over. Replied Camabarez. Rick eagerly nudged Simon a few times. Hey. Hey. Did you see that? You guys heard it, too, right? Professor Bahil told me he'll see me in class. Do you think I'll be asked to be his direct disciple? Simon turned his head silently, and Malin sighed. However, Camabarez repeated, Really? Really? And seemingly believed Rick. Now, students. Please hurry to the Great Hall. Servants came out and shouted. The opening ceremony is about to begin. Simon entered the grand building, excitement filling his veins. Being here reminds me of the entrance ceremony. It still made him giddy remembering when he sat there, not knowing what to expect, and then was called up as the S.A.1 to give the lead as a student representative. Now. Please take your seats. The ceremony will begin shortly. The servants went around and settled the chattering students into their seats. A moment later, the curtains of the Great Hall stage were drawn back, and a man slowly stepped out. Silence. The students craned their necks to see who it was, and those who recognized him let out exclamations of surprise. Hollow eyes with dark bags beneath them, an unmotivated expression, and the trademark shaggy, disheveled hair. A deep smile formed on Simon's lips. It's been a while, Professor Aaron. It was an official event, so he wore a formal suit, unlike his usual casual attire. The girls in front of him squealed with delight at the rare sight of him looking so put together. Do you not understand the meaning of silence? His words immediately brought a hush to the Great Hall. As the students stiffly placed their hands in their laps and looked askance, Aaron strode forward to the edge of the stage. A servant placed a stand-up loudspeaker crystal ball in front of him before running back off the stage. Mic test. Aaron fiddled with the volume on the crystal before opening. First of all, congratulations everyone on passing the opening test. I'm excited to start the new semester with you all. A small few students clapped slightly. Seeing that, Aaron went from expressionless to widely smirking. I take it that you're not that happy, huh? A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Simon and Maylin covered their ears. Students were waving their ties, Camabaraz clapped her hands enthusiastically, and Rick was up on his chair whistling. All right. I won't start the integrated second semester with such a stiff atmosphere. You guys are winners. Although brief, I will let you bask in your winner's high for a bit. Simon let out a small laugh after hearing that. The word brief seemed meaningful to him. SE at the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now, let me explain the test you took. I'm sure some of you are still confused. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With a wave of his hand, a large mana screen appeared from nowhere. This is the core program for the entire second semester. It is formally known as the Broad Dark Magic Aptitude Test. In short, BDMAT. After taking a moment to clear his throat, Aaron continued. This is the most important test, replacing the traditional first semester finals and second semester midterms. The grades of already completed written assessments will be evaluated as a whole at the end of the second semester. Dual evaluations will also be less frequent than they were in the first semester. The students looked at each other in excitement. Maylin sighed with a grim expression. As I expected, so they're really throwing away the written exams, huh? Maylin's biggest strength was the written exams. It was a shame because she had been ranked second across the whole of the first-year cohort in her midterm exams alone. Camabaraz reassured. You were in the top 10 in the opening test, so I'm sure you'll be able to do well in the practical exams. Yeah. Thanks, Cami. Meanwhile, Aaron continued. The BDMAT is divided into 5 tests. A new screen came up, showing images of a desert, snowy mountains, grasslands, and more. Students scrambled to their feet, realizing what was coming next. This video is just a sample, so there's no need to pay that much attention. To cut to the chase, you'll be thrown into 5 different types of battlefields and tested on your ability to utilize a variety of dark spells as a necromancer agent. Within the video, students were depicted being thrown up into clouds, groaning out all manners of dark spells in the vain hope of survival, and then crashing down painfully into the ground. Simon was relieved that the course being displayed was a sample. Each test has a theme, and what is being evaluated in each item will be different. You're ranked from first to last, all the way down to 898. The bottom 50 students will be expelled on the spot. They'll go home. The students gulped. Aaron mentioned that there were 5 tests in all, so the program alone would guarantee the elimination of 250 people. Adding in the eliminations from the lowest squad in the dual evaluation, the final exam, and failing grades. Simon wondered if even half the grade would survive. The opening test you just took was one of these 5. Obviously, the themes of this test were fighting divinity, self-regulation, and overcoming trauma. Simon nodded. If this counted as one of the 5, that meant there were 4 exams left in the second semester. I'm warning you in advance. These tests will be difficult, said Aaron in a heavy voice. Although there is a minimum of 50 people going home after every test, there is no maximum. Everyone who fails to meet the standard will go. I've seen 120 people leave from a single test. It is important to go for first, but you must prioritize your survival. Yes, Professor. Nervously replied the students. Also, the themes of the tests can be a bit extreme. Some students may come in first on one test but be last on the next. My advice is to avoid over-specializing and to improve your general skills so you can increase your overall level as an elite necromancer. But if you still insist on following one path, make it versatile enough to handle any situation alone. Then, a student from the front row raised her hand. Aaron continued his explanation, acting like he didn't see her hand, but after speaking for a bit he looked at her with a frown. Perhaps her hand waving side to side was annoying him. What is it, Jamie Victoria? At this point, there wasn't a professor teaching Class A who didn't know the name of Jamie, the master questioner. She jumped to her feet and asked the question loud enough for every other student in the massive hall to hear. My name is Jamie Victoria from Class A. I was wondering when the themes for each test will be announced. They won't be. Jamie froze, her arm still raised. The other students whispered to each other in bewilderment as well. You'll have to figure out the test themes on your own. The content of the lessons, the topics in the performance assessments, the flow of supplies, rumors, legends, and folklore. We will provide hints in various ways. There may even be clues in the professor's jokes, so pay close attention. As the students gasped in disbelief, Rick looked like he was about to squeal in delight. That's wild. Wow. So, it's a war of information? Doesn't this guarantee that the semester will be fun? Ehehehe. Y'all are dead, for real. Simon silently massaged Rick's shoulders. He had to survive in Kizan. Of course. Aaron continued. I'm sure there will be false rumors and gossip to eliminate competitors. I'd say that keeping rumors to yourselves and focusing on improving would be for the best. Somehow, Simon felt like Aaron was looking at Rick and talking to him directly. Rick, feeling the same, was smiling through his sweat. Well, that took us a while, seeing as we had to explain everything in depth. A servant standing at the back was flicking his hand to the side, gesturing for him to cut it short. That's it for the briefing on the new test. We shall now begin the actual ceremony. With the test explained, Aaron stepped to the side and became the master of ceremonies. Simon expected the introverted professor to be like a fish out of water taking that role, but he was surprised at how well Aaron handled it. The Four Kingdoms' national anthems and the school songs were played quickly or omitted. There were speeches by representatives from each kingdom, an announcement from the facility manager, the commander of keepers gave some notes, and then the time for the oath had arrived. Now for the taking of the oath, led by the student representatives. The top male and female student, when called upon, shall come forward. Aaron held up a slip of paper in his hand. Normally, the grades from the first semester's final exam would determine the top, but due to special circumstances we will do it the same as the entrance ceremony. Special admission number 1 Simon Polantia and special admission number 2 Serene Eindark, please come forward. Simon stood from his seat, anticipation in his eyes. Rick was more excited than Simon, slapping him on the arm, while Camabaras clenched her fists and cheered him on. Maylin, on the other hand, looked very displeased. She gave the two of them a dirty look, and Rick and Camabaras returned to their seats. Clearly, she wasn't happy that her arch-nemesis, Serene, had been chosen to represent the girls. As Simon walked up to the front of the stage and waited, Serene walked past the students with a queenly gait. She walked partway up the stairs, stopped, held her right hand out to Simon, and smiled. She was asking for an escort. Hey, please don't do this. Simon panicked and tried to decline, but Serene acted as though she hadn't heard him and beckoned with the hand, waiting. Every second that Simon hesitated delayed the ceremony, and the broadcasting servant cleared his throat. Out of options, Simon took Serene's hand and escorted her to the stage like a gentleman. Malin's eyes burned with rage as she watched. Percent, at hashtag, and percent, at carrot. She's doing that on purpose to taunt me. Camabaras desperately grabbed Malin's arm, holding her back. An equally enraged man kicked the seat in front of him, knocking it over with a person still on it. Damn it. I should have been up there if things went normally, not him. Hold it, Hector. Hector's faction grabbed him and held him back. Malin and Hector went on a rampage, but Aaron had the ceremony proceed regardless. All rise. Repeat after the student representatives and take the oath. The sound of nearly 900 students rising to their feet filled the room. Simon and Serene exchanged a glance and nodded. A piece of paper with the words of the oath floated in front of them, likely conjured there by a servant. The two straightened their backs, raised their right hands into the sky, and began. I swear. I swear. Behind them, 896 students were repeating every word they said. Simon took a deep breath and continued. Chapter 2:14 Inches Students of Kizun, we. Simon concentrated only on reading what was in front of him. No stuttering, no voice cracks, just speaking. The oath itself was pretty standard, asking students to know honor, maintain dignity, and do their best in education, but he was so focused that he didn't remember a word he said. A minute passed by quickly, and the oath was over. Phew, I didn't make a mistake. Why are you so nervous? At Serene's playful question, Simon shyly replied. I think I got a little nervous trying not to make any mistakes. You were speaking so fluently, though. Following Aaron's instructions, the two completed their task and went back to their seats. Well done, Simon. Camabaras and Rick greeted him. Simon returned to his seat and sat down, glancing over at Maylin, who was looking very, very unhappy. She asked. Did it feel good? Somehow, he felt like he was walking on eggshells here. Not really. I didn't really feel anything. Maylin scoffed. With that, the real highlight of the ceremony came. Esteemed staff, please enter. The students cheered louder than ever as the star lineup of Kizun professors entered the great hall. I see everyone is doing well. Simon's gaze lingered on the familiar faces. First was Jane, the professor in charge of Class A and the vice president of Kizun. There was also the professor of combat dark magic Hong Feng, professor of curses Bahil, and other memorable faces such as Umbra and Eric, the professors of necromancy and mechanics of Jet Black respectively. And as an additional announcement, we have new professors joining us for this semester. Aaron's words caused the students to spur into speculative whispers. In fact, rumors had already spread about who the new professor of poisonous alchemy could be. Allow me to introduce the new 3 professors. Please come forward. 3 people, all somewhat unfamiliar to the students, stepped forward to the stage. Aaron introduced them, starting from the right. This may come as a bit of a surprise. This is Professor Walter Hahn, recommended to teach your hemomancy classes by Professor Silage, who is currently on a mission. Search * the novel Fire, the any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A man in a brown suit and glasses stepped forward. Cheers erupted from all sides, especially from the female students, whose screams were loud enough to challenge a lion's roar. Who's that? Whoa, that face is literally cheating. I can already hear the students shifting to hemomancy majors. Maylin was also surprised upon seeing Walter Hahn for the first time, and even the boys admired him. He wasn't at the level to feel jealous of, but he did look like an immaculate sculpture come to life. Stepping forward, Walter held up the loudspeaker ball a servant had handed him. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Professor Walter Hahn. His voice was soft and husky, causing a few female students to become faint. I have the honor of taking over for Professor Silage and will be teaching your hemomancy classes for the foreseeable future. I am not nearly as good as Professor Silage, but I shall do my best. Thunderous applause erupted. Walter finished his introduction with a few more brief sentences and then returned to his seat. After that, Aaron introduced the next professor. Next up is the new Defense Against the Holy Arts professor. Up to this point, the Defense Against the Holy Arts class had been more about morals than a class that taught the students how to defend themselves from divinity. Professor Hewlett, who was in charge of Defense Against the Holy Arts in the first semester, was an experienced necromancer who had fought the front lines for the Alliance. He was a soldier to the bone and carried an intense hatred toward priests. Why the priests are bad. Why we must defeat the Holy Federation. He spoke of the priests' cruelty and apathy, and constantly spoke of his own experiences of terrorism by the fanatics, stirring up hatred and anger in his students. Maybe because he mostly focused on the why and not the how, it was reported that he somewhat lacked in the more important areas of teaching defense against the holy arts. In the wake of the Sanctus incident, Nephthys made a major move. The elders had difficulty accepting it. Ahem. An old man stepped forward, dressed in white robes and waving a fan with one hand. Every single student recognized him, having fought him only a couple of hours ago outside the gates of Kizan. He was the incredibly powerful priest they had to get past. Before the introduction, Aaron warned. Let me remind you all that Kizan shall never forgive any form of disrespect to our professors, no matter their circumstances. The students went cold at those words. A few of the more radical students were prepared to boo at the appearance of a priest, but the warning immediately shut them up. This man was very difficult to get a hold of. He is Professor Farran, president of the Anti-Holy Federation Society and a former bishop for Ethnal. There was a small round of applause. It was completely different from the applause for Walter, being quickly cut short when the clapping students realized that no one was joining them. Still, Farran laughed and bowed his head at Aaron. It was his way of saying thanks for caring for him. Aaron bowed down deeply in return. In the cold silence, Farran stepped forward and took the loudspeaker crystal ball from the servant. Clearly, this was unprecedented. It was the first time a priest had ever officially been a professor in the Dark Alliance, and the fact that it was Kizan and not some countryside school was enough to shock everyone watching. They were now forced to sit and listen to a priest's teachings. A significant percentage of the students viewed priests as targets to kill, and hostility toward all priests was at an all-time high with the Saintus incident. What would Farran from the Holy Federation say at this time? Everyone's gaze, including Simon's, was focused on him. Even the seated professors glanced at him, waiting for Farran to speak. Farran stepped forward with the presence of a sage while his crisp white robes fluttered behind him. Then, he raised the loudspeaker crystal ball to his mouth. Ethnal. He slowly opened his palm. Wants my head more than anyone in the world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A flame of divinity appeared in Farhan's palm, growing larger until it licked the ceiling. Screams and gasps erupted from all sides. Even the professors in the back flinched and fell back. Ethnal teaches that this divinity is a power given only to those chosen by the goddess, he said, extinguishing the flame. But my very existence refutes their logic. How could they not want to kill me? They must pray 100 times a day, 1,000 times a day, about how I must face punishment. The old man's voice echoed throughout the great hall. Even Simon, seated in the center of the room, marveled at the perfect manipulation of the unsettled audience by using divinity. If Ethnal does indeed represent the will of the goddess, then how can they explain my divinity? His eyes carried a deep darkness and an old pain. Listen, young ones. Ethnal's method of ruling the people is through lies. They blind and deafen their people, refusing all ideas and knowledge. Their people are stuck reading scriptures by candlelight until the words in their sacred texts become all they know. Until Ethnal's values are their values. That is their way. The resolute voice rippled out, but it almost sounded like a plea for help. In the name of the goddess, the villagers rejoice in being stripped of their property. In the name of the goddess, they reject their ancient traditions and corrupt their minds. Those who question this are tortured by inquisitors and suppressed with fear. The atmosphere became heavy. Then who is it that deserves the goddess's wrath? Who is the true sinner? Not me, not you, but Ethnal. One of the students stared in wonder and had instinctively started to clap. 2, 3 people around him joined in. It wasn't loud, but small claps came in from all directions. The old man smiled and bowed slightly. Farran believed in the existence of the goddess, but he believed that Ethnal twisted the true will of the goddess to further their invested interests and fill their coffers. In the scriptures, they say that the goddess cherishes and loves all things and all humans equally. Then why does Ethnal teach its people to kill the other half of humanity? In the scriptures, the goddess told everyone to stay awake. So why do they leave the people in the dark? These questions grew as he continued to practice his faith, and eventually, he stepped down from his position as a bishop. His destination was the Dark Alliance. Nephthys welcomed him with open arms and tasked him with uniting the apostate priests. I will not force my values onto you students. But I am convinced that Ethnal is a public enemy to us all. I may not make it to the day of liberation, but I can sow the seeds. I will use my knowledge and experience to teach you how to defend yourselves against divinity, hoping that one day you shall drive out the evil and save the innocent. Farron returned the crystal ball to the servant and looked at Aaron, giving a nod to say he was finished. Aaron looked at the students. A round of applause, please. The students clapped. The hostility and deeply engraved stigma hadn't been overturned with just a few words, but the applause was a little louder than when Farron was first introduced. Farron returned to the professor's chairs and sat down next to Walter. And finally, the last professor to join Kizan. We had a hard time getting her here, too. A woman in her late 20s walked to the front of the stage, her grayish-brown hair flowing behind her in a neatly tied ponytail. Everyone started whispering again. Who is that? I don't know, either. Doesn't she remind you of Professor Hongfeng a little? I was about to say the same thing. Belia stopped in front of the students. Simon silently laughed. She looked so nervous. She had changed from her weird rags and was now dressed in a proper black suit. She must have also been wearing makeup, as her face was immaculate. Simon felt she was actually pretty when dressed like an average person. However, she seemed somewhat dazed, as if not used to seeing herself like this. A servant placed a loudspeaker crystal ball in her hand, and Aaron explained. This is Professor Belia Tun Sokum Merat, who will be teaching poisonous alchemy on behalf of Professor Lang from now on. She's Professor Hongfeng's twin, whom you know well. The students' eyes lit up with anticipation, and this time, the boys reacted loudly. Especially poisonous alchemy aspirants. They were almost bursting with excitement. However, something felt off with Belia. Her eyes were wide open, her shoulders were up to her ears, and her back was hunched. She even squirmed uncomfortably every couple of seconds. It looked like a cat had been forced to wear human clothes and was resisting the need to tear out of them. She remained like that for several minutes, saying nothing. The students noticed the strangeness and began to chatter. The host, Aaron, coughed and said, Professor, would you like to say a few words? Belia didn't seem to even notice what Aaron said, her shoulders still extremely tense. The chatter from the students grew louder and louder, and the servants in charge of the broadcast were screaming silently, begging for her to say something. Finally, she spoke. Then there was another awkward silence. Simon looked at Hongfeng, who sat behind Belia in the professor's seats. She was visibly rubbing her forehead and sighing heavily. Ugh. It was then that Belia's shoulders began to twitch violently. Ugh, Aaron said in a panic. Professor, is there something wrong? It's so fucking uncomfortable. She grabbed the suit she was wearing and began to rip it apart. It was quite odd behavior for a Kizan professor, and it caused an uproar in the great hall. Pieces of fabric were scattered in all directions, the skirt was ripped down the side, and she made holes in the stockings. Beneath the suit, Belia's rags were exposed. She removed her high-heeled shoes, leaving herself barefoot, and untied her hair, letting her grayish-brown hair flow free. Whoa. Fuwa. That's what I'm talking about. Her relief was so loud she didn't even need the crystal ball for the entire audience to hear her. The servant in charge of the broadcast was sobbing and signaling for Aaron to stop her, but instead of doing what he was meant to and handling such a situation, Aaron was smiling with the satisfaction of meeting someone with the same thoughts. If you ever put this suffocating crappy stuff on me again, I'll kill you. She loudly warned the makeup artists before yanking the loudspeaker crystal ball from a panicking servant. Nice to meet you, kids. Name's Belia. Chapter 215 Nice to meet you, kids. Name's Belia. Her voice overwhelmed the audience, shaking the great hall. Looking at you only brings me sympathy. Huddling together like sick chickens, sitting in the same posture and wearing the same clothes. It makes me want to scream. I used to run around the world and just fucking play when I was your age. That's what kids should do. Several students covered their ears. Her voice was already loud, and the loudspeaker ball made it even louder. Listen. Education is always uniform and standardized. What do you expect? It is like a factory, churning out manufactured goods for society. How can that be inspiring? How can you have a personality when you're fed the same things in the same places? The finished product may look perfect, but it's actually hollow inside. There's no uniqueness. I'll say it again, uniqueness. I, Belia, ask you all. She stepped forward, resting her foot on the mic stand, and lifted her hand to the sky. Who are you? Exclamation point. Students of Kizan? Sons and daughters of nobodies? Residents of your kingdoms? Heirs to a throne? No. I ask not of your social status, but who you really are. No one decides that but you. You need to know at least that to become a necromancer or anything in this world. She moved around freely as she made her speech. As spit flew out of mouth and sweat flew from her hair due to her violent movements, the wooden stage sizzled around her. It was as if she was spreading special effects everywhere. I hope all those who didn't cover your ears understood me. Oh, and if you want to be the best, come to me. Ha ha ha. She shouted with the intensity of a thunderbolt, overwhelming the students. The students were so stunned that there was no time for applause or cheers. Aaron, the only one with even a shred of sanity remaining, said into his own loudspeaker. Thank you for your effort, Professor Belia. Please return to your seat. Ahem. She threw the crystal ball to the floor and returned to her seat. The floor behind her was a wreck, with parts of the stage crumbling and melted. Gosh. Having to watch all that, Hong Feng's sighs only deepened. Then, the ragged Belia sprinted in and sat beside her. Kaihaha. Hey. Did you see that? I totally destroyed the stage. Please just go back to the grasslands. You're embarrassing me. Students compared the twins as they sat down together. Sitting next to each other, it was obvious that they were nothing alike, even if their physical appearances carried many similarities. That concludes the opening ceremony, declared Aaron. Classes start tomorrow. I'm sure you're tired from your test today, so don't keep yourselves too busy and get a good night's rest in your dorms. Remember, sleep is an important part in training. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon and Rick parted ways with Maylin and Camabarez and entered the boys' dorm. Feeling giddy with excitement, they made their ways up to the 4th floor. Woo! Long time no see, room 409. Shouted Rick, throwing his arms in the air as he jumped into his bed. It was nice to see Kajan's, Simon's, and Rick's names side by side on the plaque by the door. The room was all too familiar. There were the 2 bunk beds, the simple furniture, and a familiar person sleeping on one of the bunks in the corner, covered in a blanket. We're back, Kajan. Of course, the sound of his voice wouldn't wake Kajan from his deep sleep. They both knew from experience that forcing him awake would unleash the wrath of a monster onto them both, so they didn't bother. They unpacked their luggage from the subspace. Whoa. Now that we're in our room, don't you really feel like you're back? Said Rick, shifting around to get comfortable on his bed. It sure does. Back to regular classes tomorrow, how we've got to try our best to survive another semester. Simon neatly arranged his textbooks on his desk and stretched. Then, he looked out the window and saw it was already dark outside. Rick, I'm going out tonight. Can you recommend a good route? What? Rick gave Simon a look like asking if he'd gone nuts. Planning to climb the wall on the very first day? Why would you want to go to Rochest right now while they're still rebuilding from the test? Oh, there's someone I want to meet. Rick looked confused but did as Simon asked and flipped through his notes of the keeper's schedules. I guess the barn route and the hills to the north are safe. But who are you planning to see? Is it a girl? Simon grinned and held his tongue. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Long time no see, Simon. It's been 2 months. Kevin, the stable manager for the Kizan campus, greeted him. Simon had been frequently using this spot, so they were both quite familiar with each other. Simon tossed him a coin, and he made his way to the edge of the stable. At the edge was a small hole covered with straw, and he crawled through it into a narrow underground tunnel. Shimmying his way through, making sure not to hit his head, he reached the end and pushed away the dirt covering the end of the tunnel so he could climb out. And just like that, he was out in the middle of the forest, having to turn back to see Kizan's high walls. Covering the entrance to the tunnel with the surrounding dirt, Simon walked through the forbidden forest for the first time in a while. Knowing he wouldn't run into the priests here anymore was a relief. He reached the pier's ruin with ease. The two corpse spiders guarding the entrance of the ruins rushed toward him. They seemed to have recognized the commander, and one of them clung to his feet and nuzzled its head against him while the other lay down like a dog, rolling over so Simon could rub its stomach. "Have you guys been doing well?" To think that creatures like them were undead after playing with the spiders for a bit, he went inside. He walked cautiously down the treacherous, unfenced stone stairs. The ruin echoed with the occasional clattering of bones and voices of the undead. The average person would be shivering in fear upon hearing such noises, but Simon found it to be music to his ears. As soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, "Commander!" Somebody threw themselves onto Simon, pinning him to the floor by accident. I can't breathe. Eliza." It was the captain of the spider troops, Elizabeth. Simon was pinned down by the full strength of an ancient undead, unable to move. "I haven't been able to see you in 2 months, Commander. I feel like my mouth has grown cobwebs with the lack of good company to talk to." Elizabeth just wouldn't get off. But after a few pats on the back, Simon choosing not to use an absolute command, she finally moved aside. She wore a satisfied grin as she did. Simon stood up, dusting himself off. "Long time no see, Pier." The moonlight streaming down from the ceiling illuminated a tall skeleton seated at the altar where the skeleton first awoke. Its mouth moved, forming shapes freely like a human's. "Kuahahaha. Have you been well, boy?" Maybe it was because he hadn't seen him in a long time, but Simon suddenly hugged him. "What is it? You must have been all pampered while I didn't see you, haven't you?" "It's just good to see you," said Simon, pouting. Just then, the conscripted skeletons also approached, clatters filling the cavernous room. "How are you all? I see a lot of new faces." "Wahahaha. We've recruited more since we last met." As Simon and Pierre chatted, Simon realized they were missing a member and opened his subspace. He pulled a zombie out of it, then spoke to the gray ring on his hand. "Prince, it's been a while since we've all been together. Would you like to join us?" As he spoke, he let the ring touch the zombie, and with a crackle, a black thunderbolt descended upon it. Soon, the zombie's form changed to that of a young boy wearing a faded crown. "Ah. Why are you so late? Deathland is boring, you." "No." Apparently, he'd been waiting to be called. Prince immediately raised a fist, and Simon also raised his fist with a grin and bumped Prince's. It then continued into a flurry of sporadic motions before finally ending with them bumping backs. Prince's eyes were filled with deep emotion and joy when they succeeded in just one try. "You guys saw that, right? I practiced this with Simon while you guys weren't around." "Oh my, that," said Elizabeth. "Isn't that what Richard used to do when he played with you back when he was the commander?" "And no. I invented it." Simon, Pierre, and Prince sat down, each just resting comfortably. Elizabeth sat down on her knees beside Simon, then laid down on Simon's thighs as if it were natural. Simon felt incredibly embarrassed and uncomfortable, but he just decided to let it slide, it being a cheap price to pay for her loyalty. Pierre spoke first. "I suppose we should tell each other what we've been doing and the results of it." "Yeah." Simon talked about how he awakened his divinity and explained how he came to master corpse explosion and the priest's light magic. At the mention of him using the crown during the battle in divine train, Pierre glared fiercely at Prince, who looked to the side and whistled innocently. Then, the story moved on to the highlight. A celestial explosion with divine zombies? Elizabeth jumped to her feet. Is that even possible? Does that mean I can also become a divine Elizabeth? I'm not so sure about that. cthnelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, said Simon, looking down at his left hand. I did sanctify Prince and the other zombies, but I can't really remember how. Boy, this sounds exactly how it was when you cast your first corpse explosion, which no one taught you, in Deathland. Pierre crossed his arms and continued. You don't have to fret over it. You'll need that skill to fight the priests, but you shouldn't have to concern yourself over it for now as you start your life in Kizan. Now that you're in the Dark Alliance, focus on your dark magic. Yes, and lastly. Simon jumped to his feet. As everyone stared at him out of curiosity, he grabbed the space behind him and pulled it sideways. It was a giant subspace that looked like a vast open field. Everyone was excited. Thanks to our performance in the Sanctus incident, Nephthys gifted me a new subspace. Kuahahaha. Pierre howled with laughter. Isn't this obviously a subspace for operating a legion? I commend this level of preparedness from her. Pierre seemed very satisfied. He even went in and out of the subspace himself. That concludes my update. Next up was Elizabeth, who had been in the bug tomb for 2 months. She had brought something back from the lower levels of the ruins, and one of them skittered out at Eliza's command. Giant corpse spiders. They were about 10 times the size of normal corpse spiders. Aren't they cute? The spider made a gurgling noise and spat out bits of animal bone in its mouth. Simon frowned. What are they? They're queen corpse spiders capable of laying eggs. I found them in the bug tomb and also finished conscripting them. So now we can dramatically increase our corpse spider population. Simon nodded. Well done. Could you lend me a few pre-conscripted spiders, ones that are newly born? I'd like to use them in my Kizan tests. If that is what you command, then I'll give it a try. However, spiders can be tricky to control without conscription. I gotta get used to it. Next was Pierre, who had been to the Jungle of Screams. The reason I went to the Jungle of Screams was to find ancient undead Acamus, another former captain in the Legion. Acamus was the leader of a group of powerful flying undead. He was half human, half harpy. He was a creature known as a swing to summoners. The captain of flying undead. Simon's eyes sparkled at Pierre's explanation. Although I believe it'd be really helpful if he could join. I'm guessing you couldn't find him, right? After all, if he did, and Pierre did conscript the former captain, he'd be here by now. However, Pierre calmly said. I found them. Chapter 216. Simon's eyes were filled with surprise. You found him? Yeah. Acamus has no great grudge against Richard, and he's loyal to the Legion, so I figured I could go alone. And as a matter of fact, I did succeed in finding him. Simon got nervous just hearing the story. And then? What happened after finding him? Acamus was snatched from right under my nose. Elizabeth and Prince jumped to their feet. Who was the bastard? Prince thumped his chest in anger. Simon sensed strong hostility from Pierre's thoughts, too. Magnus Albin, commander of the 5th Legion. He, too, was in the Jungle of Screams. Exclamation point. Simon's eyes widened. A commander other than me. Like the 7 Saintesses, there were the 7 commanders. Naturally, there are also the 7 marshals, Pierre being one of them. They were the ancient undeads who could organize legions. However, the 7th Legion of Betrayal was said to have disappeared, and Pierre the Marshal was also said to be lost forever. This, of course, wasn't true. Nephthys dared to steal Pierre and seal him in an underground ruin on Roke Island so that when Richard's son, Simon, enrolled into Kizan, he could be given the ruin's location and become a commander. Thus, there were now 7 commanders again, including Simon. And among those commanders, one of them took a member of Richard's Legion, Acamus. It's war! Shouted Prince, enraged. Magnus broke the unspoken rule between commanders. You never lay your hands on another legion's ancient undead. Hearing that, Pyr justified. He thinks that the 7th Legion has completely disappeared. He must be trying to claim the ownerless ancient undead for himself. Simon, this is what Deathland has prepared for. Just give me the word, and all the zombies under my control will. Pyr shook his head. No amount of firepower we can muster now can defeat Magnus. He's a full-fledged necromancer with 5 ancient undeads beneath him. 6 including Acamus. Prince pouted, seemingly unsatisfied, but Simon stepped in and cemented how the Legion would respond. Pyr is right, we shouldn't get too sentimental here. Other than that, the ancient undeads had to resist flinching as their two-way mental connections to Simon flooded them with a cold seriousness. Did Magnus find you? Pyr gave a satisfied smile at his commander's deductions and priorities. You've hit the nail on the head. It's 50-50. Magnus almost certainly detected my presence as an ancient undead, but probably not that I am Pyr, a marshal. After all, I blew away the pursers he sent after me before they could see enough to be sure. Few above all else, I'm just glad you're safe. The search for a new captain almost led to the loss of Pyr. For Simon, that was the worst-case scenario. Also, even if Magnus didn't recognize Pyr as a marshal, he still sensed that Pyr was an ancient undead. He could be roaming around the continent with greedy eyes, trying to get his hands on such a treasure. This is the first time I can genuinely say I'm glad I'm on this island, added Elizabeth. Even if he is an active commander, he won't dare to enter Roke Island, guarded by the Witch of Death. That may be true, but Magnus is a cunning mastermind. If he's convinced I'm here, he'll sneak into Roke Island and scour the entire island, so we need to hide our presence even more thoroughly than before. After saying that, Pyr turned to Simon. Boy. How many people know of your identity now? Hold on. Simon counted on his fingers. Dad, Mom, Nephthys, Serene, Kajan, Reedy, and that's about it. That makes 6. Reedy must be that priest chick you mentioned earlier. Pyr crossed his arms. She must be good enough to keep a secret, judging by how you told her your identity, right? Yeah. Simon nodded with great seriousness. He knew what kind of person Reedy was, but it was hard to explain it to the others. Reedy and I share a sin. If she were to reveal my identity, she wouldn't be free from the resulting controversy of her bringing me into the Holy Federation, and there's a lot more to it than that. You don't have to worry about her. I see. Pyr was nodding. But suddenly, Elizabeth began frothing at the mouth, ripping apart whatever she could get her hands and teeth on. Again. 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 This wicked priest bitch. She seemed to have managed to swallow it down while hearing Simon's adventures, but she ended up bursting with rage once it was brought up again. Simon quickly stepped in to extinguish the fires. We aren't anything like what you're thinking. Reedy is just Mom's disciple, and Anna, yeah. Birds of a feather flock together. It backfired. Listen to me, Commander. All priest bitches are deadly poison that ruin men. Elizabeth had flames in her eyes. Pretending to be an innocent priest in the service of the goddess, pretending to be noble and pure. But when they see a man, they become vulgar, and... Elizabeth. Pyr interrupted Elizabeth with such force she had no choice but to shut up. What are you talking about in front of a kid? I don't want to talk with an ignorant boomer who doesn't know what love is. Stop using the language of those damned Kizan kids. Why are these two fighting? Simon struggled to stop those two. Prince was laughing beside them with glee. Anyway. Let's sum up the situation again. Pyr took control of the conversation. Magnus is hunting for ancient undeads. He most likely doesn't know about the resurrection of the 7th Legion, but he is probably looking for me. If the fact that we're a legion gets discovered, not only will we have to leave Kizan, but we'll immediately become a target for Magnus. Yes, you're right. Simon nodded. From now on, we have to be more careful. Revealing your identity, even to the 3 kids whom you often hang out with, is strictly forbidden. And one more thing. Your growth rate is miraculous enough as is, but you need to grow even faster to catch up to Magnus as soon as possible. Of course. Life in Kizan would resume. Simon had practiced new dark spells from his father, Richard, but now that classes were starting he should be able to fully embrace new teachings. And as he grows stronger, the Legion grows stronger with him. The best way to escape the many threats that surrounded him was to become so powerful they were no longer threatening. Even if he was wearing a Kizan uniform, Magnus wouldn't bat an eyelid at getting rid of a single student, whether or not that kid was a commander. With the new semester ahead, Simon doubled his resolve to leap ahead of the competition. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next morning. It was finally the dawn of the first day of classes. Rick! Wake up! Already having finished bathing, Simon shook Rick awake. Rick staggered to the bathroom with puffy eyes while Simon changed into his school uniform. Man, it feels like I'm missing something. Pier's clone, the medium of communication between Simon and the Legion, needed to be rebuilt to avoid detection from Magnus. Pier said it'd be finished in 34 days. Not only was the clone gone, but so was Kajan. His bunk was empty, meaning he was already up and about. Ugh, school really has started. Water dripped from Rick's roughly washed face as he walked in, rubbing his eyes before slipping his legs into his school pants. Are you that tired? You slept early last night. I'm just not a morning person. With everything ready, they walked out of room 409, down the hall, and out the dorm into the bright morning sun. It was a familiar walk to class. The sound of students talking and raucous laughter came from all directions. They were behind schedule, so instead of eating the dorm food, they grabbed sandwiches from the nearby cafeteria as they moved. Rick laughed as he freshened up in the outside air and greeted other students on their way to class. I missed this kind of day-to-day living. Chuckled Rick when he saw Simon getting emotional. Ha, you're tearing up over nothing. Is it your first time being in Kizan? At this rate, you're gonna be touched by feeling the Kizan air in your lungs. That was enough to break Simon, and he doubled over in laughter. It was good to briefly forget about the Legion and Magnus, to express pure joy at what he had. Oh. By the way, Simon, what was our first class again? It's beginner dark magic. Wow. I guess we'll be seeing our vice president for the first time in months. They walked into the building and entered the large lecture room where Jane's class would be held. The deafening chatter of Class A students filled the room. Ah, it's you, Simon. Toto Amori, one of his fellow mutant club members, waved at him and approached. Toto. Have you been well? Yeah. You'll stop by the club room after class to say hi to the seniors, right? Of course. As Toto and Simon talked about summoning, Simon heard a girl calling his name. When he turned to look, he saw Kamabura's waving from her seat. Next to her was Maylin putting down her textbook. Let's continue talking in the club room later. Got it. Simon joined his group mates, exchanging greetings with Kamabura's. Maylin also said, hi, in a quick but gentle voice. 4 of our classmates failed, apparently. Rick, who had been walking around gathering information, joined in. Kamabura's nodded in concern. I hope their groups end up alright. It must be hard having group assignments with only 3 people, don't you think? Of course it's going to be hard for them. There's no way I'll let you not be, but just in case. Maylin furrowed her brows. You guys better be ready for the BDMAT. I swear, if any of you fail, I'm going to find where you live next holidays and curse you. Simon chuckled. Are you worried about us? Worried my ass. I just said I'm going to curse you. As Maylin flipped out, someone walked into the lecture room and shouted. The professor is on her way. The students scattered, seats being shoved back to their correct positions at breakneck speeds. Some students clinging to the ceiling like spiders and others drawing magic circles as they began impromptu curse duels quickly erased their jet black and took their seats. Soon, complete silence engulfed the room. The sound of heels echoed from the corridor, and the front door slid open. It's been a while. Search *the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Exclaimed Simon inwardly. He felt nostalgic seeing the woman's short, understated haircut, apathetic face, and charismatic eyes. It was Jane Olivia, Class A's professor and Kizen's vice president. Behind her, the assistant teachers stood at attention, some of them winking at and waving to their favorite students. In the silence, she started. Did you spend your vacation well, Class A? Chapter 217 Did you spend your vacation well, Class A? Loud answers poured out from the students as if they'd been waiting for her to ask. Jane lightly held up her hand to request silence. An assistant teacher standing behind Jane raised her hands into the air to draw attention, pointed at Jane, put a finger behind each side of her head to make something resembling devil horns, and then returned to her neutral posture. It's good to see you again after so long, but it's a shame that I don't even get a chance to say goodbye. I'm sure I told everyone to come prepared to deal with divinity. The students all flinched. She was unmistakably smiling, but the tone of her voice wasn't. I heard that Class B only had a single failing student. When Professor Bahil told me that, well, needless to say I was embarrassed. Ugh, Professor Bahil, why? Some of the students, including Rick, inwardly resented Bahil for that. Why did he have to mess with her and make our lives hard? As the students hung their heads in shame, Jane smiled. I'm not blaming any of you because you are not the ones who are at fault. It's the incompetent dropouts. She turned around, walking to the blackboard. The assistant teachers quickly set up a mana projector and screen in the air. We'll have to give feedback on this test to ensure this doesn't happen again, right? I'll start from the bottom-ranked student. *****. Jane went through the recordings of each student's attempts, pointing out every mistake or error made. The students all struggled to accept such a thorough unpacking of their flaws, and a few were even crying by the end of it. In Rick's case, she pointed out that he was all talk and no action, and that he made a big mistake in the route he chose in getting back to Kizen. Camabarez was criticized for getting off to a slow start when she saw her first white monster and for carrying too much emotion, choosing to save her teammates at the cost of speed and efficiency. Maylin was told that her creativity in building an ice boat on the river was great, but had it pointed out that such a vehicle wouldn't be practical in the long term because of the hypothermia risks of being so close to ice for so long. Most of the students were thoroughly criticized. The only ones Jane let slide were Simon and Hector. Even if they are your peers, you should learn a thing or two from them. Try to replicate their good judgment skills. A round of applause for them. Simon laughed in embarrassment at the sudden applause, but Hector frowned, still annoyed that Simon took his first place. Professor. Aren't we still a great class, though? Blurted Rick of the Blue. He was talking to Jane as if he were talking to a classmate. Is this bastard crazy? Maylin and the students around him all tried to shut him up, but to their surprise, Jane responded. What do you mean by great, Rick Hayward? Well, we had the first, second, and ninth place finishers in our class. There was only one top 10 finisher, 8th place, in Class B. As Jane glared at him, Rick quickly shut up and bowed his head. Let's move on to the next announcement, then. Surprisingly, Jane's irritated voice had become softer. Rick, pretending to take notes, turned to Simon and gave him a silent thumbs up. I know this is a bit abrupt, but there's a decision you need to make. She said as she took some new forms from an assistant teacher. In this integrated second semester, you may drop up to 2 of the 9 subjects you're taking now. The student's eyes widened at that. Beginner Dark Magic, taught by the moderating professor, Defense Against the Holy Arts, which is the core of the integrated second semester, and Mechanics of Jet Black are all mandatory. Kizen recommends that students only drop 1 class. If you want to drop 2, you'll need a meeting with your moderating professor, and of course, you shouldn't think that having fewer classes will give you an advantage in your grades. Simon nodded as he listened to the explanation. It was definitely too much of a risk to go from 9 classes to 7, seeing as variety was required for the upcoming assessments. You would only do it if you were going all in on a single subject. So I want you to pick one class to drop by the end of this week. No more, no less. Simon had immediately made up his mind. I'm sorry, Professor Umbra. It was a no-brainer. He still hadn't gotten past the chicken dance part of necromancy. By now, most students who didn't feel the spirit would drop out. Camabarez, of course, was one of them. What are you going to do, Maylin? I've decided. Yeah, same here. Surprisingly, both Maylin and Rick also chose to drop necromancy. For Maylin, it was because she couldn't prepare her elemental spells while in the ethereal state, a state which was core to necromancy. Meanwhile, Rick just went along with what the other 3 were doing. Hearing that pitiful reasoning, Maylin immediately scolded Rick. Must be nice to be so thoughtless. This is your future, so please be serious about it. I'm pretty confident, since I'm an all-rounder. Rick shrugged. Besides, there's a huge gap in grades for the class between students majoring in necromancy and those not. It's the right decision to drop it. So the 4 of them decided. After Jane's beginner dark magic class, Simon and his group headed to where the next class would be held. Simon was in high spirits. To think that the second class is summoning. He looked forward to Aaron's class so much. Simon had been so hungry to learn. He couldn't wait to see new things and make them his own. Just then, Rick, walking next to him, flipped through his notebook and said, "The summoning class this time isn't being held in its usual lecture hall?" "Yeah. They said it's going to be an outdoor class," said Camabarez. Maylin, next to her, snorted. "An outdoor class on the first day? I'm getting a hunch." "A hunch?" "That there's a hint for the broad dark magic aptitude test." Certainly, Aaron had said it himself at the opening ceremony. Recalling what was said, Simon gasped. Pretty sharp. Maylin, now on her high horse, ran her fingers through her light blue hair. I mean, isn't it only natural to realize that? Looks like you guys lost touch over the holidays. Wake up already. And so, the entire class A had arrived at the location Aaron announced. It was at the back of the 3rd stadium, a location often used for duel evaluations. A racetrack had been set up within it. Lines were drawn on the tiles to give varying distances people could compete with. Some boys were already doing long jumps and comparing their scores. Simon rested his chin on his palm. Summoning, track and field, and the BDMAT? I don't really get it. The other 3 were also trying to guess the theme of the next test. Assumptions ranged from a necromancer version of a marathon to a speed contest. Please assemble. Aaron and his assistant teachers had appeared. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All of class A stood nervously as they formed lines. He hasn't changed. Simon laughed inwardly. His neat attire was nowhere to be found, and Aaron was back in his shorts, t-shirt, and slippers. His eyes were the perfect symbol of tiredness and annoyance as he stroked his stubble. Aaron stepped forward, his assistants lining up behind him. Long time no see. At Aaron's languid voice, the students returned their own greetings. Everyone's eyes shone with anticipation. I hope you got a good rest over the break. Because your professors will kick your asses for the entire integrated 2nd semester. Upon declaring that, Aaron gestured toward the track. But I guess there's no need to go all out on the first day. Today, we're going to learn a new way to use summoning. Everyone, take a single skeleton out. It was a sight to behold as all the students opened their subspaces and took out a skeleton in unison. Simon also pulled out a regular, non-conscripted skeleton. In lieu of the 2-month break, let's do a little review. Aaron asked. The strength of skeletons compared to other undead summons. As soon as he said the word strength, a person had raised her hand. Aaron tilted his head with a "you again, look." "Jamie Victoria, sir." A skeleton's greatest strength is its widely applicable restoration, which uses the bone's tendencies to connect and adhere to each other. Even if a skeleton collapses, as long as jet black remains in its joints, it can get back up. Aaron nodded, turning to the others. "And the weakness?" Simon raised his hand, wanting to answer right away, but too many students were raising their hands in front of him. Aaron pointed to the one with the biggest presence. Xianxia the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Hector Moore, sir. It is vulnerable to the priest's divinity." "That's a weakness almost all undead have." "Next." This time, Simon raised his hand immediately. Aaron smirked and pointed at Simon. "Simon Polantia, sir. A skeleton's weaknesses are in its mobility and defense. If you don't use any skills related to restoration or focus entirely on it, it's easy for it to be destroyed before it reaches its opponent." "That's correct." The moment Aaron said it was the correct answer, Simon felt a surge of joy. It may not have been much, but just participating in the class and getting it right made him happy. "You bastard." Deliberately answering right after me. Hector gritted his teeth in rage, but Simon didn't notice at all. Aaron continued to explain. Skeletons are made only of bones, not muscle, so they're not particularly athletic. The lack of extra support also means that upon impact, their bones simply break apart and collapse. They can't mean more than their head count. Simon nodded in agreement. In the early stages of the first semester's dual evaluation, Simon had been able to take advantage of large numbers of skeletons. He could force his opponents to split their focus on every individual attacker. But it got no further than that. Now that the students' skills had leveled up as a whole, they were all able to take out multiple skeletons at once with area of effect skills. They also learned the combat dark magic skills required to bounce off the weak weapons wielded by the undead. By now, skeletons were purely useful for their numbers. They weren't very intimidating, so they no longer lured the opponent into over-attacking. It was even worse if the opponent was a priest. They could just throw around divinity and make the skeletons meaningless. As such, Simon relied more on the restorative power of his skeletons rather than their combat powers. Even in the fight against Hector and Langerstein, they both used only restoration skills. Then, Aaron's voice snapped Simon out of his thoughts. "Is the skeleton a summon that can only be used by a necromancer gifted with restoration skills?" To that question, I'd obviously answer no. The rare event of Aaron raising his weary voice in class made everyone immediately pay attention. There is a way to cover for some of the shortcomings of the skeletons that were mentioned. The integrated second semester begins here. Chapter 2 18-inch assistant teacher, get ready. Aaron gestured with his chin, and an assistant teacher scurried off to the track with a sword. When the assistant teacher stopped running, he was far, far down the track. Aaron then pulled a skeleton out of his subspace. It was just a generic island ratman skeleton. It stood at the start of the track with a sword in hand. What is he planning to do? Simon and the other students stared at the skeleton, eyes full of doubt. The skeleton bent its knees and leaned forward. It looked like it was preparing to charge. The skeleton, standing at the starting point less than a second ago, had disappeared with a gust of wind. The students standing too close let out small screams and grabbed their skirts or ducked. Exclamation point. Despite having seen it with his own two eyes, Simon could scarcely believe what just happened. The skeleton had reached the assistant teacher, who was more than 20 meters away, in a single jump. It then swung its sword with all the momentum of the charge behind it, hitting directly into the assistant's raised sword. An unbelievably loud sound came from a skeleton's sword of all things. The assistant teacher who took the blow was knocked off his feet by the force of the attack and had to use combat dark magic techniques just to land safely as he rolled across the floor. The skeleton landed on the ground and pointed its sword at the fallen assistant teacher. The assistant teacher was sprawled out on the ground, shaking himself awake. Skeleton dash, said Aaron, breaking the silence from the stunned students. It's a specialized dashing skill best used by skeletons. The room erupted in applause. Simon, clapping his hands, was already feeling the itch. Silence. Immediately, the applause settled. If you thought dark magic is available only to the necromancer, you're mistaken. Necromancers can command the undead they control to use dark magic as well. If you advance, you can even control magical undead, such as the skeleton mage. A chuckle escaped through Simon's gritted teeth, him being so worked up that his jaw was clenched shut. Maylin, standing next to him, flinched. Hey! What's with that creepy laugh? I'm just excited. Dark magic really was so broad. There was still so much to learn. Simon, only barely managing to avoid salivating at the idea, pulled himself together and focused on Aaron's explanation. It won't be easy, of course, but if you master this technique, you can use even a skeleton against priests or any other opponent. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Certainly, if a skeleton could charge like that, it was possible to preemptively strike without risking your own body, or to pressure a priest before they unleashed their divinity. It would turn the small fry with a sword into a deadly bullet. Everyone was eager to learn the technique. The assistants moved fast, setting up straw bundles tied to poles all over the track. It was the kind of dummy knights used to practice their swordsmanship. The principle of skeleton dash isn't difficult. At its simplest, think of it as commanding a skeleton to do jet black stepping while you're connected to its thoughts. The magic part only involved adding a small formula next to the summoning circle on the skeleton's skull. The necromancer would then direct the skeleton's jet black into its feet before exploding it to shoot forward. It certainly wasn't a difficult thing to do in theory, but putting it into practice was a whole other story. Aaron went over the finer points of directing dark magic within undead, then lined the students up on the track to make them practice. I'll start. Maylin was the first to step forward confidently. She had the skeleton grip its sword and ordered it to charge. The skeleton stomped on jet black and took flight. The students watching all gasped. CTHNovelFire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As expected from an elite. Is she gonna succeed on the first try? However, although she successfully exploded the jet black under the skeleton's feet, the explosion was so strong that its legs were shattered, bone fragments scattering through the air. In the end, her skeleton landed a bit before the straw dummy, and only its upper half survived. It was a disastrous failure. Malin's face turned red, and the students, including Rick, burst into raucous laughter. Wahahaha. Sir told us to practice, not invent an entirely new skill. Did you discover a spell that sacrifices the skeleton's legs so it can run faster? That's when Rick put his hand to his mouth like speaking into a loudspeaker and shouted. Ladies and gentlemen, the Maylin original, leg lopper. Her face a bright pink, she picked up a bone from the ground and threw it at Rick. Ugh. Let's see how good you guys are, then. After snarling at her classmates, she glanced over at Aaron. She expected to get scolded, but Aaron looked surprisingly nonchalant. Not bad for a first try. That was actually a good attempt. What? Maylin blinked out of confusion. That's what happens when you're so focused on the dash that you neglect the condition of your skeleton. Explained Aaron. When a great strength is applied, it's natural that a lot of strain would be placed on the joints. He pointed to his knees and ankles. For a human, that might just lead to overloading the muscles, but a skeleton will simply collapse. Next time, try to be mindful of how much force the bones in your skeleton's legs can take. Thank you. Maylin bowed, then looked at Rick and the students who had teased her with their smug faces. They had become silent. Then, after the silence lasted so long it became awkward, the teasing students moved to try for themselves. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was a good reason Aaron told Maylin she did a good job. Most students couldn't even send their skeletons forward, much less get off the starting point. In a few cases, students would destroy their entire skeletons, having to restore them again. Others would inadvertently fire a bone nail into the straw, using restoration skills to guide the bones instead of jet black stepping. Toto Amori, sir. As an aspiring summoning student, Toto was somewhat the class's rising star. But even he failed. He avoided breaking any of his skeleton's bones, but only the feet flew out into the straw. Another round of laughter erupted around him, and the term Toto Original Kick was born. Well done. That was a good job. Thank you. Aaron had complimented him, but Toto felt a little deflated at not meeting his own expectations. Seeing that, Aaron encouraged. Don't let failure dissuade you. No student has succeeded on their first TR. A wild cheer erupted from further down the track. Aaron and Toto turned to look. It was Simon's turn. His skeleton had shot forward in a straight line and swung its sword, slicing cleanly through the straw dummy. By the time the two were watching, the top half of the dummy was toppling down. The skeleton stopped on the track, sword still held to its side. Then it straightened up and raised its sword in celebration. Simon, standing at the starting point of the track, pumped his fist in triumph. As Toto turned to look at Aaron, the professor avoided Toto's gaze and cleared his throat. No student had succeeded on their first try. Don't let him bother you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One more time. Simon's attention was focused on honing his new skill. The skeleton returned from the track and stood at the starting point. Jet black flowed from its skull, traveling from bone to bone and concentrating into its toes. Then, it bent its knees in preparation to jump. By feeling the jet black press beneath the skeleton's feet. This brought back memories of his first combat dark magic class. But now, in his first summoning class of the second semester, he wasn't the one stepping on jet black. He was asking his skeleton to do so. It was a completely different matter. Slowly building focus, Simon's eyes flashed open, and he issued an absolute command. Fly. The skeleton flew off the ground. A black plume of dust was blasted back by the ambient pressure. After leaping 10 meters, the skeleton swung its sword and sliced through the straw. The students watching in the background let out a gasp. An assistant teacher with a clipboard checked the records. Leap distance was 10 meters. The target was also cut. Well done. This was a really good technique. And this wasn't just him being biased toward newer ideas. Being able to close the gap between you and an opponent 10 meters away while using the weakest undead soldier is ridiculous. However, something's lacking. Although the distance had increased from his first attempt, Simon was still unsatisfied. He walked to the target and inspected the straw he had just cut. It didn't cut it all the way through, just the tip. By using absolute command to create a dash, the speed and stability could be increased dramatically. But the problem was in the details. When using an absolute command, the skeleton is only concerned with executing the commanded act. Fly. It's so focused on executing that one move that it loses sight of the most important goal, hitting the target. Once he identified the problem, he immediately thought of an improvement. Then I'll use 2 absolute commands this time. Simon tried the new combo twice, one after another. Fly dash slash. Fly in and only then slash. Both failed. The first try, the skeleton focused on the first absolute command, fly, so the slash got lost in the chaos. The second try did some kind of mix of 2 absolute commands at the same time, so the skeleton got tangled up in its own limbs. The continued failures grinded away at Simon's sanity until he became obsessed. I'm going to somehow break this wall before class ends today. As he continued to improve and outpace the rest of the class, there was one person in the class who kept looking over at him. I knew he'd succeed. The sight of Simon using skeleton dash fueled Hector's competitive spirit until it became a wildfire. Hector Moore? Please begin. Upon being given the instruction, Hector's eyes moved back to his skeleton. The fiery look in his eyes made the assistant teacher flinch. There's nothing he can do that I can't do. Hector put his right arm out and directed the jet black to flow and explode to create the skeleton dash. The skeleton cut through the straw 5 meters away, and his faction behind him shouted enthusiastically. As expected from Hector. He's on a different level, above the other, huh? Suddenly, his faction went silent. So did Hector. His head throbbed with irritation. It's a failure, said the assistant teacher, checking a box on his clipboard. The dash and the attack were successful, but the skeleton's feet were blown off. Even though it successfully cut through the straw, it was lying on the ground, footless. Please, demanded Hector, glaring at his assistant. Feedback, please. The assistant leaned forward a little and smiled. This kid's got a temper. It seems like the bone-to-bone bonds were working fine, but you were so enraged and overzealous that you lost control of the undead for a moment, resulting in the bonds becoming dull. Why don't you try relaxing a little more? After hearing that, Hector immediately pulled out a new skeleton and set it on the starting point. Closing his eyes, he slowly calmed himself. Clear your mind. Free yourself of useless thoughts and look only ahead. Hector's eyes slowly opened. All focused on was the straw dummy 10 meters away. Here IG. Whoa. Simon, wow. 11 meters this time. You're so amazing, Simon. Hector's skeleton smashed into 8 pieces instantly as it leapt. The sword in its hand stuck to the straw, but the skeleton itself had completely shattered. Wah wah wah. Hector's anger erupted like an active volcano. Chapter 219 Foot IV got the hang of it now. After a few tries, Simon felt the need to cry eureka. He decided to try just one more time. The skeleton that had just dashed was returning to the track's starting point. His solution wasn't that complicated. After repeating the dash a few times, the skeleton got used to the skill. It also meant Simon was able to ingrain the skeleton dash skill into his head, as well. When slashing an opponent that far away, you don't run with your feet and slash them. You fly in and then slash them. With that notion implanted into his mind, Simon gave an absolute command. Slash. To achieve the goal of slashing, the dash simply became a means to an end. The skeleton leaped 11 meters and landed, slashing through the straw dummy. The leap and the sword's accuracy had improved dramatically, and Simon was finally satisfied with his success. Rick and his friends, watching from the side, cheered enthusiastically. For crying out loud. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched as he watched from a few feet away. I was worried that he'd lose his touch over the break, but his focus and growth only improved. Also, his gaze moved to Hector, who was glaring daggers at Simon from a distance. Hector. You're bound to be unhappy with a genius like that as a rival. You still have the upper hand in other subjects. Why are you so obsessed with Simon? Gritting his teeth, Hector took his turn to leap again. After so many tries, Hector finally made it. Though he only dashed 3 meters and his aim was off, he cut through the dummy without damaging his skeleton. Aaron stroked his prickly chin. Hector's overall skill level is high, but he's not a very good learner. It's unusual for him to improve so quickly. Is it because of the competitive spark from watching Simon? Aaron stared at the two boys. These two can improve by pushing each other. As long as they don't come into direct conflict, this rivalry is a positive thing from an educator's perspective. Professor. An assistant teacher called out to Aaron and gestured to his wrist. Aaron declared. All right, that's enough. That'll be the end of practice for today. The assistant teachers rounded up the students and brought them before Aaron. Many students complained of headaches and dizziness from the mental strain of controlling undead again for the first time in a while. Everyone, take a seat, ordered Aaron before checking the time once more. There were still 10 minutes left before class ended. His eyes flicked through the checklist his assistant teacher had made. Students who are called, come forward. Simon Polentia. Hector Moore. Accompanied by hushed whispers from the students, Simon and Hector rose to their feet and stepped forward. These two students have made the most progress in today's class. We'll end today's class with a quick duel. This is a friendly competition with no reflection on grades, so there's no need to feel pressured. The class clapped and whistled in anticipation. Watching a duel was always fun. Simon looked at Aaron with a bitter smile. Professor, why must you put me against Hector again? However, Hector was smirking at the great news. Professor Aaron, you're doing something I like for the first time in a long while. Aaron explained the rules. Since they had just learned skeleton dash in today's class, they thought it'd be a contest to see who could dash the furthest. But it was a little different. It's a battle of summons. Aaron explained. The only summon that each duelist can use is a single island ratman skeleton. Aside from controlling the skeleton, the caster is forbidden to use any dark magic. The first skeleton to knock to the ground the skull of the other skeleton wins. Do you understand? The two boys nodded. Soon, following instructions from the assistant teachers, they walked a decent distance apart before taking skeletons out of their subspaces. The assistant teacher raised his arm. Ready. The two boys bent their knees and concentrated. The skeletons in front of them took fighting stances, as well. Simon's gonna win this one, muttered Maylin as she moved to get a better look. Isn't it more favorable for someone who can use skeleton dash better? Is Professor Aaron trying to boost Simon's morale? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Rick wagged his finger side to side, exuding smugness. Man is expected from Maylin, your way of thinking is so simple. Maylin let out a low growl, genuinely freaking Rick out, and he quickly hid his vulnerable, biteable fingers behind his back. Camabarez, sitting next to him with her knees together, asked. Then what are your thoughts, Rick? As if he'd been waiting for that question, Rick quickly turned toward Camabarez. Actually, it's pretty easy to block the dash. This is just a battle of equipment. Equipment? As Camabarez was about to probe further, she heard the assistant teacher say. Begin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon immediately gathered jet black onto his skeleton's toes. One dash to the skull and we're done. In response, Hector opened his subspace, pulled out a large, long spear, and tossed it to his skeleton. There we go. I knew it. You could hear Hector's faction cheering. Simon immediately stopped the dash he was preparing. I see. I guess there was no restriction for weapons. A counter to the dash. Hector's skeleton raised a long spear. As soon as Simon was to make his skeleton dash, all Hector's skeleton had to do was aim its spear to skewer Simon's, turning the breakneck speeds into a weakness. Hector's control over summons was also top-notch. There was no way he couldn't react in time. Furthermore, none of the weapons Simon had at his disposal were longer enough to challenge Hector's spear. If you won't attack, then I'll go first. Hector smiled creepily and ordered his skeleton to attack. His skeleton rushed forward and thrust its spear, and Simon ordered his skeleton to raise its sword to block it. The two weapons clashed, and sparks flew. Hector's skeleton unleashed a storm of attacks. As if Hector himself was quite skilled with a spear, each strike was precise and unerring. Simon's skeleton was busy blocking the attacks. Way to go. Keep cornering him. The students, who were quickly immersed in the fight, began to shout in excitement. After a few spear strikes, Simon's skeleton turned around and ran. Wahahaha. What are you doing? Hector's skeleton stomped down on the ground and quickly shot forward. Simon's eyes widened. Hector's 3-meter dash. Simon hastily gave his skeleton the order to block. It barely turned its back in time and swung. Sword and spear clashed, the weapons roaring furiously as the metal shook. The spear was redirected to the point where it missed by a hair's breadth, and it grazed the side of the skeleton's skull. Close one. Hector seems to be controlling the battle, right? The mood swung completely in Hector's favor. Simon's skeleton stumbled for half a second before managing to steady itself. "What's wrong, Simon Polentia?" triumphantly shouted Hector. "Aren't you gonna use that new skill that you learned?" Just then, a sneaky smile formed on Simon's mouth. Simon's skeleton dropped the sword in its hand. The students watched with bated breath, expecting Simon to pull out a spear or some other weapon, but he didn't even open a subspace. Bare hands? Is he being serious? As the students' clamors got louder and louder, Simon's skeleton squatted in place and put its hands on the ground. Simon's eyes flashed in concentration. Recreate the sensation of that moment. Bones fell from the skeleton's various parts and began to reassemble, swapping places with each other. CTHNovelFire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The condition for losing was for the skull to fall to the ground. So Simon kept. The skull connected to the torso and quickly switched out the other bones. Reassembling from scratch. As Hector watched Simon's skeleton slowly transform, veins popped in his forehead and he became increasingly enraged. "You bastard!" Hector quickly ordered his skeleton to attack, but Simon's skeleton broke apart around the spear and ran away while reassembling itself. While Simon's skeleton slowly transformed, the other students cheered as they realized what was going on. He had demonstrated the same skill in front of everyone during the first summoning class of the first semester. Aaron's palms were sweaty as he watched. "Even as I see it for a second time, it's a sight to behold." Simon was recreating the bipedal monster island ratman into its pre-evolutionary form, the grey rat. An insight that seemed to transcend natural order. Simon's skeleton was now a quadrupedal animal, dodging the spear strikes with its deft movements. The grey rat skeleton leaped back and increased the distance between them. Standing on all fours, the grey rat crouched down, getting ready to pounce. Hector's mouth went dry while alarm bells went off in his head. He also made his skeleton stop and ordered it to get ready to defend, its spear ready to skewer any cocky attacks. "You bastard. I'm sorry, but it's over, Hector." The grey rat skeleton stood on all fours, gathering up the jet black for its dash. "And nonsense. The battle is the exact same as when it started. Do you realize the difference in leaping power between?" A shiver ran down Hector's spine. "Humanoids and beasts?" The grey rat shot forward, kicking off the ground with all four paws. Hector's skeleton reacted, thrusting its spear to intercept. It was quite a simple and swift action, but the grey rat, flying through the air, struck the skull with its forepaws first. The spear, a step slower, only managed to pierce one of its legs. The skull of Hector's skeleton, detached from its neck, rolled across the ground. Behind it, the grey rat landed on all fours. The skeleton then raised its torso off the ground, going back to standing on 2 feet. Once again, its bones reassembled from head to toe, now transforming it from beast to humanoid. The skeleton walked forward, grabbed the skull rolling on the ground, and lifted it above its head, mimicking Simon's movements. The assistant teacher managing the fight shouted with excitement. "Simon Polentia wins." Everyone was stunned into silence until, one by one, they all burst into cheer. Chapter 220. The ripples from the first summoning class were huge. Everyone was talking about Simon and the quadrupedal skeleton. Hector. On the other hand, Hector was in his worst mood yet. The students in his faction were walking on eggshells from day one. "Don't worry about it. The only thing he's even half decent at is summoning." Yeah, let's go grab some food." Hector slowly pushed himself up from his seat. "It's fine. Just don't say a word." "All right." Normally, he was pretty gentle, held no grudges, and took good care of his people. But whenever Simon was involved, he would go ballistic. Hector's faction left, taking Hector with them. "Simon." As Simon got up to eat, several girls who had been watching Hector then crowded around Simon as if they had been waiting for the disturbance to leave. "How did you do that?" "I want to be good at skeleton dash, too. Can you help me practice this weekend?" The girls swarmed around him, bombarding him with questions, but he answered each one without a hint of annoyance. "Ah, really? That's too bad." Just then, someone shoved past the girls who had just asked Simon questions. They both turned around and glared. What kind of crazy BAS? Their faces went pale as they came face to face with an expressionless girl with light blue hair. As the two girls panicked and exchanged a worried glance, Malin's face changed from the blank mask, and she apologized with a smile. "I'm sorry, I kind of tripped on my way." "Really sorry." Malin's apology only made the two girls panic more. They were sweating profusely. No. We're sorrier. We didn't realize it was you." "Ah, really?" Malin smirked and walked over to Simon. The other nearby girls flinched as she got closer. "Hey, Malin. Aren't you going to eat? Cammy and the commoner are waiting in the back." "Yeah. Let's go." The two quickly made their way through the crowd. As they walked away, Malin looked back at Simon. "You know it's not a pleasant sight to look at, right?" "What isn't?" She sighed heavily at Simon's response. "Getting all merry just because you're surrounded by girls. Why do you have to volunteer to watch them practice and waste your own time? Time is gold in Kizan. There's a limit to being a good person." Simon blinked at Malin's suddenly cold words. "I already said no to them." "Huh? I'm already booked for the weekend, you see. And I explained that it'd be better to ask the assistant teachers, who are much better and are more used to teaching than me." Is that so?" Malin fought off a wave of embarrassment and started walking faster. "Ugh, I shouldn't have had an outburst there." Simon seemed so nice, so caring, and so considerate that he seemed like a pushover. But the truth was a little different. He kept his private and public life very separate. She had seen him follow his own interests, but she'd rarely seen him step out of his boundaries when he had nothing to gain from it. So he certainly was no pushover. In that sense, she wondered if he was interested in kind of romance or relationship. He seemed like a guy who'd just say he was too busy to think about that stuff. But why am I even thinking about this? As Malin sighed heavily to herself, she saw Rick and Camabres chatting outside the restaurant, waving at them. "You were so amazing today, Simon." "Phew. Every time you're put against Hector, it's the talk of the school." Rick walked up, raising a fist with a smile. "You purposely recreated that scene from the first ever summoning class to break Hector's mind, didn't you?" Simon laughed bitterly, bumping fists with Rick. "No, I didn't mean to. I was just trying my best to win. I hope Hector doesn't mind, though." The four of them walked into a restaurant while making small talk. Their lunch had been a little delayed, having taken 2 classes in a row. Rick sat down at an empty table, glanced at the menu, and said, "I'll have the chicken cutlet." "Me too." The boys quickly decided on their orders. Malin, dressed elegantly with a napkin on her lap to prevent her from staining her uniform, looked puzzled. "I know it's none of my business, but try something new. How come your tastes haven't changed from the first semester?" "Hee, safety comes first. A foolish risk can ruin your day," said Rick with a chuckle. "Well, let's see what Ms. I know better than you over here is going to have, then." "Humph." Malin looked at the menu with a very serious expression. "Then, I'll have the soy sauce glazed beans alongside." "Gooey geeg." The sound of someone retching filled the entire restaurant. Malin glared at Rick, who waved his hands to say that it wasn't him. She looked at the menu again. Soy sauce glazed bea. Geeg. Khe. Guaf. Gui. Ack, seriously. Who are these bastards? Malin blushed and stood up from her seat. There she saw students lying on the floor, vomiting. Their faces were full of agony, and several other students were running to the restroom with their mouths covered. What's wrong with them? Looks like they're all from Class D. The other students, as well as Simon and his group, were looking around in confusion. Camabarez, who had been quietly reading the menu, carefully closed it and set it down on the table. Then, with a forced smile, she suggested, Shall we go someplace else? The other three silently agreed and closed their menus. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. But the other restaurants were just as bad. Streams of students were running to the restrooms or throwing up on the floor. Maylin complained that her appetite was now all gone. In the end, the four of them headed to the cafeteria, made do with sandwiches, and headed to their next class. Their last class of the day was Professor Belaya's poisonous alchemy class. It took place in a lecture hall in the Poisonous Alchemy Academy building. The students sat down at desks, each with their own cauldrons already set up for them. I can't imagine Professor Belaya giving a class. I wonder what she'll teach us. As Simon waited, half filled with nervousness and half with concern, Belaya and her assistant teachers entered the room. The students all looked stunned. Ahem. I don't know where to put my eyes. Belaya walked into the classroom, not in the suit she wore to the opening ceremony, but in her ragged, wild clothes. She strode up to the stage, dropped into the chair, and snapped her fingers. Then, the assistant teachers began to call attendance. Those people are. Simon recognized the faces of the assistant teachers. Rick also noticed it, as he commented. Looks like nothing changed from Professor Lang's assistant teachers. In truth, they weren't favored by Kizan HQ or the elders. After all, they couldn't notice that a saintess had supplanted Francesca and assassinated Lang. Of course, the whole of Kizan had been deceived, and they couldn't be blamed for the whole thing. Also, replacing all of the poisonous alchemy staff meant leaving Lang's entire faculty, his entire legacy, unemployed. But still, tradition was tradition. They would be replaced by whomever the next professor brought in. While the assistant teachers packed their stuff and prepared to leave Roke Island, news struck them by surprise. An unexpected event happened. A freak named Belaya had come to Kizan as the new professor of poisonous alchemy just by herself. She decided to keep Lang's assistant teachers. The assistants were about to be kicked out and forever labeled as incompetent for not being able to protect the professor they served. But when the new professor took them in, they had a chance to regain their honor. Naturally, the assistants carried a strong sense of loyalty to Belaya, even prepared to sell their kidneys for her. The assistant teacher calling attendance finished and walked to Belaya to report. Professor, the entirety of Class A is present. Right. With a lazy yawn, Belaya pushed herself up from her chair and strode to the front of the class. The students in the front of the room furtively avoided eye contact. The somewhat revealing, ragged outfit was still quite embarrassing for the 17-year-old students. She flipped through the textbook. She still had half a semester's worth of textbook left. Kizan had instructed her to finish last semester's content and then use a new textbook for the second semester. The students were also waiting, their textbooks open to what they had learned. Sar the Ovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Why the hell are they telling me to teach things like this? No matter how much I think about it, I don't get it. After flipping through a few pages, she slammed the textbook shut, turned to her students, and smiled, flashing her shark-like jagged teeth. I heard that it's cool to start the first class with a simple question? Alright. What is poison? She strode to the board, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote a single, large word. Of course, none of the students recognized the word. Because it wasn't from the continental language but the hieroglyphics of the Merats from the grasslands. The history of mankind is. She put down her chalk and slammed her fist on the board. Also the history of poison. The board cracked and shards flew out, but she didn't care. When you look at all the deaths of humans, only a few were actually caused by war. Poison is a disease, and diseases are contagious. I don't need to tell you about the plague that killed almost a third of the continent, right? The bottom line is that more people die of disease than of any other cause. Seeing the students' blank faces, she smirked. Look at these bastards. Did I speak too broadly? Let me tell you about your favorite war stories, then. In war, it's actually the common soldiers who get stabbed to death. It's rarely the great heroes, the powerful generals, the world leaders, who get stabbed to death. Because the captain being in the path of a blade is only possible when there's an extreme difference in power in a fight. She wrote another word next to the one on the board. That's why war is so damn inefficient. How many common soldiers must die just to kill one or two powerful people who are in the way? Historically, poison and disease get rid of the real people who run the world. Poison is so easy and convenient. You can poison people just by letting them eat, smell, or breathe it. Anyone who doesn't use poison is an idiot, don't you think? She held out her palm. There's no way that necromancers wouldn't study such a fine tool after calling themselves pragmatic, right? Powerful, complex poisons can't be undone by the priest's cleansing, or at least the organs will have already failed by the time they're done healing them. We must aim for that level. She tossed the chalk aside and stepped forward again. Phew. That was a long introduction, bastards. Your vice president forced me to do this, geez. Now, let's get right down to my poisonous alchemy class. Simon tensed up as he watched the assistant teachers bustling about. What kind of lesson was she going to give?